I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is precisely 5:30 p.m. in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with a quorum present. We will move to number 2 on the agenda, which is pledges. We will now move to our pledges, which will be led by Claudia Garibay. Ms. Garibay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
Ms. Garibay, would you lead us in recognitions this evening, please?
Thank you. President Jackson, trustees, and Dr. Ramsey. Tonight, we were greeted by the JROTC from Diamond Hill Jarvis High School. Here with us tonight are Cadet Abigail Olmos, and they're making their way up. Cadet Julian Banda, Cadet Miranda Strassner, Cadet Jesus Guzman, Cadet Emma Eslick, and Cadet Alphonsine Newmana. If you could please join me in giving them a round of applause. Thank you. Delighting us with their music this evening is the Fort Worth ISD Paschal Jazz Ensemble. This group was recently selected as the 2022 Mark of Excellence National Winner for the Foundation for Music Education's National Jazz Honors Project. The Mark of Excellence project seeks to recognize and award outstanding achievement in performance by high school and middle school bands, choirs, and orchestras. The Paschal Jazz Ensemble submission was one of many throughout the United States, representing the best programs. A blind panel of nationally renowned directors anonymously judged the entries. The top 25 were recognized as national winners in regional, national publications and conventions. Most importantly, each participating band received valuable feedback. Recently, the ensemble also traveled to New York City for the 15th annual Charles Mingus High School Competition and Festival. Making it to New York for this competition has been a goal of the Paschal Jazz program for a decade, and all the hard work it took to realize that goal paid off when they won the Mingus Spirit Award given to one big band at the 15th annual Charles Mingus. In addition, Cal Rostad and Zeke Luera won Outstanding Soloist Awards. Both of them sat in the Mingus Big Band. Zeke played on the Charles Mingus bass. Please join me as we recognize their work and dedication. Please stand to be recognized. These talented students are directed by Director of Visuals and Performing Arts, Christina Avila, Paschal Jazz Band Director, Matt Sawyer, Director of Instrumental Music, Dick Clardy, and Paschal Principal, Troy Langston. If you could please stand to be recognized.
This evening, we are honored to recognize the 2022-2023 Chairs for Teaching Excellence. Fort Worth ISD established the Academic Chairs for Teaching Excellence Award program in 1994 to recognize outstanding educators in specific teaching fields. For the 2022-23 award program, there are 15 categories of recognition. Each winner received a $5,000 honorarium and the title of Chair of Teaching Excellence in their category. The winner's campus received a commemorative flag to display indoors. Each category is sponsored by a corporate or nonprofit Fort Worth ISD partner. These partners underwrite the awards luncheon and provide the cash awards for the winners. Teachers who apply for a Chairs for Teaching Excellence award undergo a 3-part process that includes a written application, video teaching demonstration, and panel interview. Selection committees review and score the applications and videos, and the committees conduct finalist interviews to designate the chair for teaching excellence for each category. Winners were formally recognized at an awards luncheon in November. The chairs for teaching excellence for 2022-2023 are Angela DiPaolos, Chair for Teaching Excellence in Visual Arts, and Denise Anderson, Polytechnic High School. Blue Zones Project Chair for Teaching Excellence in Health and Physical Education, Enrique Rodriguez, Worth Heights Elementary School, Mario Flores, Benbrook Middle High School. Broadway at the Bass Chair for Teaching Excellence in Dance and Theater, David Smith, South Hills High School. Central Market Chair for Teaching Excellence in Early Childhood Education, Karina Al-Rashdan, Leadership Academy at Mitchell Boulevard Elementary School. Chase Chair for Teaching Excellence in Secondary English, Joshua Torres, McLean Middle School. Meta Chair for Teaching Excellence in Career and Technical Education, Amber Reeder, Texas Academy for Biomedical Sciences. Friedman Chair for Teaching Excellence in Performing Arts, Aubrey Kistler, Southwest High School. Kroger Chair for Teaching Excellence in Special Education, Susan Alexander, Greenbrier Elementary School. Linebarger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson LLP Chair for Teaching Excellence in Elementary Reading, Mary Mosley, Leadership Academy at John T. White Elementary School. Lockheed Martin Chair for Teaching Excellence in Elementary Math and Science, Victoria Bergman, Burton Hill Elementary. Lockheed Martin Chair for Teaching Excellence in Middle School STEM, Stephanie Delgadillo, Riverside Middle School. Lockheed Martin Chair for Teaching Excellence in High School STEM, Yvette Mumford, Texas Academy of Biomedical Sciences. Soul, Lexus, and Infinity of Fort Worth Chair for Teaching Excellence in Humanities, Billy Hainsey, Meadowbrook Middle School. TTI Inc. Chair for Teaching Excellence in Secondary Math, James Korn, Arlington Heights High School. University of North Texas Health Science Center at Fort Worth Chair for Teaching Excellence in Secondary Science, Saskia Borjas, Benbrook Middle High School. Would you please stand, and congratulations to all of you.
Now let's hear it for the Fort Worth ISD cheerleading teams here with us today. We'll begin with the Arlington Heights cheerleading team. The team has worked hard and had a great season, finishing as the 2023 UIL Spirit State Championship runner-up team, winning the silver medal in the co-ed division. I will now read the names of the Arlington Heights cheerleading coaches and team members. Please hold your applause until all names are called, please. Coaches, Kimberly Lopez. Head coach. Assistant coach, Rhonda Pensick. Cheerleaders include Ava Allen, Jack Brabson, Olivia Castillo Robinson, Angelina Coates, Isis Daniels, Chandler Dyke, Bella Driscoll, Willa Elliott, Kennedy Freeman, Kimberly Galacia, Emma Garza, Drake Gibson, Bella Henderson, Mia Hernandez, Cameron Johnson, Morgan Jones, Olivia Kilgore, Taylor Larkins, Barrett Lee, Lexi McGoodwin, Brooklyn Miller, Justin Morales, Nicholas Morales, Anna Grace Pearson, Ruby Peralta, Caroline Ramsey, Ashley Sanchez, Aubrey Schroeder, Hadley Schrader, Lauren Strong, Rayleigh Strong, Miranda Tapia, Kiana Walker. If you could please stand to be recognized. Thank you. Also with us tonight is the Pasco High School cheerleading team. This is the first squad from the Fort Worth ISD school. This is the first squad from a Fort Worth ISD school to win a state spirit championship. This team was also awarded Best in Category for the crowd leading competition on their way to winning the gold in the 6A division. I will now read the names of the Pasco High School cheerleading coaches and team members. Please hold your applause until all names are called, please. Coaches include Alex Science, Tori Riemann, Pat Anderson, Katie Pfeiffer, Ciania Acatitla, Daisy Carter, Lonnie Schaefer, Sophie Cowden, Catherine Daly, Hope Dietrich, Tessa Hardy, Jada Hunter, Madison Ledbetter, Etta Maddox, Georgie McCoy, Nadine Moreno, Mia Perry, Elisa Pitcock, Gloria Reinhardt, Mackenzie Shores, Samantha Silva, Finley Trust, Whitney Watts, Grace Welch, Eleanor White, Harper Williams, Catherine Adams, Tatum Aragon, Rylan Burns, Morgan Doherty, Findley Borak, Georgia Hardy, Haley Harding, Ella Herdman, Claire Hollis, Sarah Jackson, Addison Kerr, Caroline Litke, Indy Lopez, Maddie Mateka, Katie Paulin, Annie Pritchett, Jewel Rodriguez, Maggie Rooney, Megan Seeds, Rainey Smith, Kate Strange, Grace Turner, Ava Wamstad, Ava West. Let's give them a round of applause to the 2023 UIL Spirit State Champions from Pasco High School. Please stand to be recognized. At this time, let's take a moment to also recognize the family, friends, and teachers and principals who support both teams. Let's give them a round of applause.
Tonight, we would like to recognize the work of our Fort Worth ISD school counselors and the impact they make in helping students achieve academic success, gain social and emotional well-being, plan for college and career readiness, and improve life skills such as conflict resolution and decision-making. In addition, counselors provide crisis intervention counseling to meet the needs of our students. The Fort Worth ISD joined the country in observing National School Counseling Week, celebrated February 6 through 10. The observance recognized the work of school counselors in the United States schools. Sponsored by the American School Counselor Association, the National School Counseling Week 2023 theme was School Counselors, Helping Students Dream Big. Fort Worth ISD counselors participated in ASCA's National School Counseling Week Photo Challenge inspired by the 2023 theme. The district is grateful for its school counselors to inspire students and provide them with social and emotional support to thrive. We are delighted to honor some of our Fort Worth ISD school counselors and counseling department representatives. Elementary counselors are Natalie Guerrero, SS Delo Elementary School, Tamika McGee, Leadership Academy at Como Elementary School, Mirema Rivas, D. McRae Elementary School, Cody Stell, West Park Elementary School, Rachel Case, Joe Kelly, Boulevard Heights, Rhea Canning, Carter Riverside, Lucretia Webb, Eastern Hills High School, Stacy Vo, Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, San Juanita Islas, Benbrook High School. Also here with us tonight are representatives from the Counseling Services Department, including A.J. Hicks, Dr. Rachel Lomax, Jessica Alanis, and Dr. Anita Perry. Please stand to be recognized.
This month, the Fort Worth ISD joined the nation in celebrating Black History Month to recognize and honor the work and contributions of African Americans to society. Throughout the month, the district highlighted local and national African American trailblazers of the past, present, and future, and their contributions to music, education, entertainment, politics, and much more. Each weekday, Fort Worth ISD featured a theme: Music Monday, Tour Tuesday, Tuesday Talk, Wisdom Wednesday, Throwback Thursday, and Feature Fit Friday. We invite you to read about these amazing stories on our district website. In addition, Fort Worth ISD campuses post stories and images on social media that acknowledge the work of African American leaders. Classroom and hallways displays as well were featured books in libraries, also highlighted Black History Month throughout the district. Many campuses held great celebrations filled with student performances. It was such a delight to see them perform and embrace the history behind Black History Month. With that, we conclude our recognitions.
Thank you, Ms. Garibay. Any comments from our trustees? Let's move on then.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes, please.
The 9 trustees that sit on this board are here because of students and because of the people who make things happen for students. And we are in a room filled with promise and potential and hard work and dedication and commitment to whether it be your job or your band or your cheerleading squad, and for all the parents that are sitting out there for it to be your child. So this is just a good day, and it makes me very happy, and this right here fills my bucket. So thank you for all that you have done to make Fort Worth ISD proud.
Trustee Phillips.
Indeed, just echo no sentiment, just saying how thankful I am for each one of you displaying this goodness, right? And particularly, we know when there's bad news out there and things like that, and then it's moments like these where it's like, yeah, this is what the school district is really doing. These are hardworking men and women that are putting in so much sweat equity. They're fantastic students that we're able to support, and so I am just really grateful that we're getting to acknowledge you tonight, to be able to honor you, and thank you for everything you're doing. Seriously, really appreciate you, each one of you.
Thanks to each of you for being here tonight. We know you work hard every day, and for you to be here tonight with us means everything. I can't top Trustee Phillips and Trustee Darr's comments, but I do want to say thank you, and let's give them one more round of applause, please. Ms. Garibay, would you please order the individuals, and we're going to take a break of about 4.5, 5 minutes to take pictures. Thank you all for taking that brief pause with us to make sure that we collected pictures on this great evening. Right now, we're going to move to Dr. Ramsey for the Lone Star Governance Goal 1 update.
Thank you. Presenting to us this evening are Chiefs Sines, Moore, Sorensen, and our Associate Superintendent Arispe. I'll turn it over to them.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey. President Jackson, members of the board, happy to be here with you tonight to give you an update on Goal 1, which is early literacy. Our overall goal is third grade reading performance at the MEETS grade level. And so as a reminder, we have students that pass the STAR test at approaches. MEETS is our higher standard that the board goal was set at, and then some students score above that, even at masters. So our goal this year is 43%. We were at 37% of students attaining the MEETS level last year. These are our goals by student group. In the light pink boxes and in the darker pink above that are the previous year's actual data. So our goal progress measures, the things we watch leading up to third grade reading, include Circle, which is taken by our youngest learners, our pre-K students. And so we see that our goal this year for 2023, end of year, is 84% of students in pre-K scoring on track on Circle phonological awareness. And we have our next slide with our pre-K students by student group and the targets for each student group there as well. So for progress toward that goal, that's an end of the year goal, we're here at middle of year, and we're going to compare last year middle of year with this year middle of year. So the red bar is last year middle of year, the bluish bar is this year, and we see that both in English and Spanish our students have gained 4 points compared to where they were at this time last year. So pre-K students this year are a little further along in their on-track performance on phonological awareness. And just for context, we have about 2/3 of the students in pre-K test in English and about 1/3 test in Spanish. For English, looking by student group, we see that students grew compared to last year in every single student group from 1 to 7 points. And that includes our Spanish testers for the Hispanic, Economic Disadvantaged, and the Emergent Bilingual group who tested in Spanish. In Spanish, we have a small number of students, but those students lost 2 points compared to this time last year. So definitely something we want to see. Additional supports might be needed in Spanish for students also served by special education. Next, we're going to look at Goal Progress Measure 1.2, and this is map reading fluency. Students in kinder, first, and second grade, as well as third grade, take map reading fluency. And this is an adaptive test they take online, and it's looking at foundational skills and oral reading fluency. So basically looking at the students as they learn to read. Our goal this year is 46%. Last year, end of year, we were at 53%, so hopefully we will exceed even last year's and our goal. Here are our targets by student group for end of year. And then looking at where we are at this time of year, again, the red bar is going to be last year and the blue bar will be this year. So you'll see that for kinder, we look at phonological awareness. Again, some of our kinder students are beginning to read. That phonological awareness is so important as they learn that letters make sounds, and then we connect those sounds for reading. For first, second, and third grade, we're looking at sentence reading fluency. This is really a skill that builds from first to second and second to third. So we want all of our students to do the best, but we know that not all first graders would we expect to score high in sentence reading fluency. They're building that skill as they go from kinder to first, first to second, and then on to third grade. And we see some mixed results there compared to last year. Kinder, we see an increase from 47 to 51, but you'll see a mix of increase and decrease. They're all pretty slight in the first, second, and third grade there on map reading fluency. We'll look here at the student group performance compared to last year, and we see that same thing. Basically, these scores are similar to last year. There's a little up and a little down depending on which student group you look at, but no huge up and down. Finally, let's look at our MAP growth. So we have students in K through 3 take the fluency, which is very skills focused on our reading skills, and then the MAP growth, which looks at MAP more of can I read and make meaning, or listen and make meaning, maybe at the kindergarten level. Our goal for this year, end of year for K through 3 is 42%. Last year we were at 44%, so again, hope to meet and exceed that goal at end of the year this year. These are the goals, targets by student group for MAP growth reading. And then we'll look at where we are at this point in the year. So the pie chart shows us that basically 3/4 of our students in K through 3 test in English, and about 1/4 in Spanish. For those who tested in English, 41% met their progress target at the middle of the year. Those who tested in Spanish, half met their progress target at middle of year. Altogether, that made 43% of testers in grades K through 3 combined met their target at middle of year. We'll look at that also taken apart by grade level. So in kinder, 46% of students met their target, first grade 39, second grade 39, and third grade 50%. And the dark green represents English and the lighter green represents Spanish, so those on those stacked bars. This report I think you'll remember seeing before. This is directly from NWA MAP reports, the bars and the diamonds, and our goal is to have students meet their growth projections, meet those norms. So the closer the diamond is to the bar, the better, and we'd really like to accelerate growth and see the diamonds down in the bars. You'll see that students in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade came closest to having students meet their goal. And you may also remember this is fall to winter, so from this fall 22 to winter 23, which was January, the test was given in January. So about half of the school year had passed when students took this test. You may remember last year that we saw some of those diamonds down in the bar. We tend to see more growth in the springtime. So we'll be bringing that back to you to look and see if that pattern continues, as we certainly hope it will. Finally, this is not part of the goal, but some additional information that the board has expressed interest in before is the projections based on the MAP growth. So we're looking at 2 different types of data here. The orange bar is the STAR data from last year. So that's the percent of students who met the meets grade level standard in reading for 3rd grade, the overall goal 1. 37% of students in English met the meets level, and 17% in Spanish. Just for context, and I know we looked at this when we presented the STAR results, we have students who pass not at the meets level, and last year that was about 67% of 3rd graders testing in English. So just context, sometimes that is misleading when we only look at the meets to think, okay, we had that many students not pass. But we definitely, not to say that this is where we want to be, we want more students passing at that meets grade level. Right now, the projection from MAP based on middle of the year would be 19% of students passing at the meets level in English and 18 in Spanish. So Spanish is comparable to what we saw last year. English is lower, but we also, thinking back to around this time last year, looked at similar data and then we beat those projections. So while the projections help us with a sense of urgency when we see not what we want to see and the percentage of students performing, the projection is different than a prediction. It doesn't mean we think that's what's going to happen. That is what's based on our data at middle of year, given regular learning, no acceleration, and we definitely want to see that acceleration and expect to see that between now and the end of the year. So testing in January and the STAR test will be given in May. That's about 4 months of learning to add to these data before our end of the year scores. These are those same data, so orange bar is last year's STAR, and then the darker bar is the current projection based on the middle of year MAP data by student group. Last, I wanted to just preview for you, and we'll talk more about this as we get results. I know many of you have heard this. The biggest thing we hear about is that we're all testing online this year. So every student tests online. STAR is no longer offered in a paper format unless it's a very small group of special education students. The other thing that's new this year, though, in Impact's Goal 1, is that the test itself has changed. So we are moving from a reading-only test to a reading language arts test. They use the short term RLA. So it will have components of both reading and writing that students will test on. Many of you have been in education, and whether on the board or as a parent for a long time, and you'll remember that we used to test reading at grades 3 through 8, and writing was tested separately at grades 4 and 7. So there were no writing components tested on the reading test, and they were only tested at 2 grade levels. Now they will test reading and writing for each grade. So third graders will have a reading component and some written components too, and that can be short answers or essays. And that will be true grade 3 through 8 in English and on the Spanish test. The other big change this year for the STAR test, happening at the same time, is the law went into effect that says STAR can only have up to 75% multiple choice items. They can have less than 75%, but no more than 75. So there will be at least 25% new item types on each of the STAR tests where students will do non-multiple choice things. One example might be a sort, if they're given things and asked to put them in order. So they could drag and drop in this online test format. That wasn't possible in paper, but now that we're all online, there's some different item types that they will be asked to complete. They do some similar to that on their MAP test, and they've done some of that on their interim or benchmark test this year as well. So just a preview of that, because we'll see that more when we get the scores, how they did on the different types of items. But I wanted you to be aware of that as you're out in the community, or if you have kids that are taking the STAR test. That's our report for tonight, and I think we'll be open to questions.
Trustee Evans.
Thank you all for this report. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the data right. I'm looking at slide number 2, which indicates we're going to be 43% at meets grade level in the aggregate.
That's our goal, and it will be the aggregate, the combination of English and Spanish.
Okay. But then slide number 18, only 19%, or we are to read those combined if we jump to slide 18?
Thank you, sorry. Those are far from each other.
Yeah.
Yes, if we combine those, the English and Spanish, the projection would be around 19%, 18 point something. We have more English testers than Spanish testers.
Okay. Why the disparity in that number, though? I mean, if we're on track to meet the goal at 40% or 43%, but only about 19 are projected to.
That's the projection based on the middle of the year MAP data, where students were in January when they took their test. And if their learning does not accelerate, as we have seen in the past, in the spring, we may anticipate that that could be where we would score. So the kids that took the test in January, we had that percent that are projected based on where they are in January to get that score. However, we know that in the past we have beat that. I think last year it was 10 to 12 points higher than the mid-year projection. Not to say that any given year is the same. They're children, so do different. But we look for teachers using these data in the classroom to help know where students have needed learning and where they're doing well to adjust their instruction accordingly.
Okay. And then are other goals like 1.2, it talks about the younger kids. Some of those numbers are pretty high, some of those fluency markers. I just want to make sure, you know, if those K through 3 numbers are high and then suddenly at 3, we kind of drop off, are the markers that we're studying, what we need to be monitoring to make sure that 43% goes up, you know, drastically, so.
That's a great question. Dr. Sorensen, you want to talk about that one?
Absolutely. So I think that goes back to a point that I have talked about with the board a few times in the past, is that our focus is really on how are we paying attention to the K2 space intentionally around phonological and phonemic awareness, so that as we continue to get to 3rd grade, 4th grade and beyond, it's not about catch up, but it's about being on grade level. And so how are we paying attention very intentionally in pre-K through 2? How are we investing in that space so that when we get to 3rd grade, our kids are prepared and ready to more comprehend and accelerate at grade level, rather than we're playing catch up at 3rd grade.
Thank y'all.
Trustee Luebanos?
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this report. Slide 10 of the report. So we have from last year, we went from 53 to 46, and then on across the graph. Can you explain again why is that?
Sure. The dark pink is the actual score or scores for each group from last year. The light pink are the targets that were set by the board when these goals were set back in the 18-19, 19-20 school year. So based on the data then, pre-pandemic and everything that we had to look at then, those were the projected out targets which have not been reset. So in some cases like this, Trustee Luebanos, we scored above this year's target last year.
And then back to piggyback on Trustee Evans' question on slide 18, that the projections that we have now, are they also because of the new way we are doing the test?
No, the projections are based on a linking study that the state and NWA did together based on historical data. So the new test may have an impact on those projections as well. We don't know what that will be yet, and they will be redoing that study once they have actual student data.
And how does these projections from middle of the year compare to last year's? Are we in the same?
I believe, and I can get you that information specifically, I believe that the projection is 4 or 5 points lower than it was at this time last year. It's not significantly different, but I believe the projection was a bit higher last year.
So why is the projection lower this year? What are we doing to improve that projection to be above from what it was last year?
That's a great question. I appreciate you asking that. Thinking from the school perspective, we're being very intentional about how we respond to this middle of year data. Our principal supervisors, as well with our principals, have taken a look at not only our middle of year map data, but also our middle of year interim assessment that we do that's more star formatted. And we actually have a response plan in place for every single campus. We've asked principals to do data digs, dig deeper into what our information tells us with their teachers. Our executive directors and principals have looked at all grade levels, have come up with a plan for specific students at each grade level, so that we can say for each campus, where are the areas that we are seeing struggles? Where are the schools that we're concerned about? But then in individual schools, do we know that our principals and teachers know the students that need targeted instruction? How do we connect them with Saturday Learning Quest, with our high impact tutoring, with a recycle of instruction on specific TEKs that may have come up and shown us that we had weakness? So It's hard to answer that because each campus is unique. We have those plans that we're more than happy to share with you so that you know the conversations we've had with principals and what principals are doing in turn with their teachers to make sure we have an individualized plan for each campus.
And what I can also add to that is that we're also in communication and in collaboration with school leadership, pulling Lexia data, pulling data from the Spanish resources that we have, and then providing additional coaching supports to specific campuses, specific classrooms, specific teachers, and helping them to provide corrected instruction and helping those teachers with specific instructional strategies that they need in order to not only use the resources appropriately, but provide instruction to students who need additional supports in specific areas that not only align to STAR, but align to the skills that they're showing us where they need additional supports. So we're in collaboration with school leadership, working on these plans, working with specific campuses, and down to the classroom level in professional learning communities with teachers, helping them improve their practice in response to this data.
And have we seen any improvement? I mean, tomorrow is March, and we have a few more months, and the year will be over. How is this working? Have we seen any improvements on how our teachers and staff is working to improve with the students the way they are successful?
We continue to monitor that. We actually have a process where on a 3-week basis, we're going back and looking at what's been taught in the classroom to see which students are mastering different concepts and then making sure we have a reteach plan if it's necessary. We have not done an additional MAP assessment. We won't do that till end of year. One of the things that we're trying to do is make sure that all of the intervention that we're doing, all of the additional work that we're doing related to where our students are, is integrated into our curriculum. We're really wanting to make sure that we are using the instructional time to continue to help students progress, but also respond to the areas of need. It's unique to the student, to the grade level, to the classroom, but we are expecting and we do watch how students progress on a 3-week basis.
Great, thank you.
Trustee Bridges.
Thank you guys for the presentation. I'll start off just one thing if I could ask. Is it possible to get these a little bit earlier? Because for me, I'm scrambling to try to catch up, make notes as someone else is talking. That way we can kind of dissect it a little bit more. Is that possible?
To the extent that as soon as we have the data, Trustee Bridges, we can try to get those out to you more quickly. We're happy to work with Dr. Ramsey to do that.
Thank you. If you could turn to page 5. Okay. And I just have a question. On page 5, if you look at the data and you look across the board, African American, Hispanic, white students, it's almost the same, percentage-wise. And my question is, how do we flip over and you see this huge gap? And so what happens that they forget them? And I'm not trying to be funny.
No, you're not, actually. So I very much appreciate your question and your noticing. This gap and the drop, let's name what it is.
Yeah.
And I think that I've brought it to the board before, and Mr. Moore and I talk about it, and we've talked about it in cabinet. It's a shift in pedagogy. So let me explain that. Let me unpack that. Is that historically, as a district, we have a tendency to focus on our tested grades, and when you looked at the bars and diamonds, and where they connect, it's in grades 3 through 5. And so as we do work across our district, where our emphasis really needs to be in order to be proactive and not forever be playing catch up, is in K through 2 across the board, to make sure that all of our students, all of them, are reading at grade level, and making sure that biliteracy for our bilingual students is happening earlier for all of our students. And so the shift in practice in where we put time, energy, professional learning, funding, the very best, strongest educators, and not that we don't have best, strong educators everywhere, but we have to also not just focus on tested grades so that our students are prepared for third grade for testing. And so that's why we're seeing a dip in data in the K2 space and the bars and diamonds meeting in the 3 through 5 as we work to change practice and thinking across the district around where our emphasis needs to be.
Go ahead.
Trustee Bridges, I think the other piece that I would add to it is remembering that shift, where the focus in literacy is in the early grades and where the focus shifts when you start talking 3rd through 5th. Remember, that's that critical year when we go from really teaching kids how to read to kids reading so that they can learn. And that's really where you see that difference. What you're looking at our youngest grades is a real focus on what are the skills that we're teaching kids to make sure that they're reading. When we get to 3rd grade and we move on from 3rd grade, how are our students using those skills to not just know how to read, but how to read to gain information and how to better be better thinkers and understand what's going on in literacy. I think that's one of the reasons why we are intentional about our instructional framework, our literacy framework, the high-quality curriculum resources that we've brought in that we're implementing this year. That's kind of, just wanted to add that to the thought about that kind of gap between the two levels.
And if you were explaining that to a parent, and I'm not trying to be funny, please, because I hear this all the time when I'm out in the community, that is the biggest concern that parents have in the community, especially in the community that I live in, is why can't we teach our kids how to read? And when we look at that, it breaks my heart. I mean, it literally breaks my heart because and I'm not trying to give a speech, please hear me out. Because what we know when we look at the data, when those kids miss out at that age, I've watched kids go from elementary to middle where they check out. Because for some reason, we're not getting to them. And I'm going to say the elephant in the room. Please hear me, because it really gnaws at me. They are moving schools in our community. You know why? It's a rhetorical question. I don't want you to answer it. Because those who are bringing the schools in the community, they know where the numbers is. And if we are not able to show with some level of intentionality, and I keep hearing that word, but I'm not, and please bear with me, I'm just not seeing the level of intentionality to some of these subgroups. And I would guarantee you, if we pulled out the subgroups when it came to African-American boys, it wouldn't be pretty. So, and I'm saying this, please guys, as someone just said, we're almost at the end of the year. And then I look at the chart, the percentages, at some points, like the growth is like 1%. And my last comment, help me understand when you set the goal. I said the goal was like 43%. Oh, what do you use? What base do you use to say, based on best practices, as to why we're using that as a goal?
So as a Lone Star governance district, the board set goals a couple of years ago. In Lone Star governance, you start with a baseline. And just a reminder to the trustees that that's something that we're re-examining as a team of 10 very soon here, so that we can look at very specific goals and to get very specific into our student groups where we need to prioritize, because if everything is a priority, then nothing is, right? And so those are the conversations that we're going to be having next week.
Thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
Trustee Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you. And sorry, but I have several questions. Okay, on page 2, where it's the 34%, where did the 34% come from? On page 2.
On the slide that's on the screen as well.
No, is it? Yeah, the 34%, yeah.
So when the goals were set by the board with the Lone Star governance coach, as Dr. Ramsey mentioned, we had a coach that was from Region 11 that came out and worked with the board on a Saturday to set the goals. The board members at that time looked at the trend data, so 16, 17, 17, 18, and 18, 19, 34, 35, 34. The scores were fairly flat for third grade reading. Based on that, the board set goals to gain 2 points for the first couple of years, and then you see between 22 and 23 and then 24, the idea was that would accelerate more and the gains would be 3 points per year, starting from that 34 in 18-19. We all know that the big blue box, the pandemic happened when we didn't even have testing in the spring of 2020. And then the first year we tested, we saw that big dip to 26. Then we came to 37. Those were the actual data. Now we're looking toward that 43 because that was the target set by the board back in 18-19.
Okay, so the 34% was the Fort Worth ISD score,
Yes, that was the actual data at the time the goals were set.
and that was on the STAR?
Yes, yes.
And what month and what year was that, 34? That was in 2016, 17?
In 16, 17, then 35% was in 17, 18, and again, we had 34% in 18, 19.
Yeah, so when did this start? Because the goal is until 2024, so was it in
It was set
2019
in,
for 5
it
years?
was set in 18, 19.
18, 19? Okay, so our scores were that low,
And very flat. They weren't moving.
okay. And I know this is a new board and a new superintendent, but if our goal is for only 47%, so less than 50% of our third graders to meet grade level, that is not good. So that means half our students are failing. That is not good, and that will never be good. So we need to address this, and I know we couldn't set goals higher because we were bad, but 1% a year and then 3% or 2%, I mean, that's questionable. Okay, and then on slide 4, 80%, that was the same thing in 18, 19, we're at 80%. That
Yeah.
was the phonical awareness of the pre-K kids?
That's correct. For 18, 19, 80%.
Okay, and what is phonical awareness?
Phonological awareness, Dr. Sorensen can
phonological.
probably answer more fully, but in general, that's the word sound correspondence or letter sound and then go together to make a word. So students recognize that letters make sounds and you put them together. It has things like rhyming, whether it's an onset rhyme or a rhyme at the end of the word, alliteration where it starts with the same letter, several words, skills like that.
So
Students recognize sound.
they recognize sounds, but they can't read, so they would be from what the teacher's saying. They'll say this rhymes or, okay.
Definitely. Yeah, it's more of a listening assessment. And are they hearing those sounds and connecting them with the letters?
Okay, and then, I mean, again, a crease from 80% to 85%, so only 1% a year. That's a low goal, in my opinion. Okay, sorry, let me flip through. Okay, on page 11, and our kindergarten students, these are what, 5-year-olds? Do we do anything for the, and it was the phonical awareness in third grade, 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds? So in kindergarten is still phonical awareness. When do they, kids generally learn to read?
So we start phonological awareness and phonemic awareness in pre-K and also then in kinder. We don't really start getting to phonological awareness, and phonemic awareness really starts in kindergarten.
So they start reading in the first grade.
Reading sentence fluency starts a bit at the end of kindergarten, but mostly in first grade. Yes.
Okay, I mean, these numbers are still low, still less than half our students do not have phonological awareness in kindergarten. But that number is a lot better than in first grade, where basically, I don't know how they're tested, but if they put the name on the paper, I think you get 14%. So what happens between them being able to recognize sounds and words and not being able to translate that in the first grade to read?
So first of all, and I think Ms. Arispe can help explain this as well, is that the pre-K assessment is not aligned to our MAP assessment. It's a different assessment. And so the correlation between those two assessments is not a predictor of how students will necessarily do on the assessment. But in terms of what you're asking, and so we can't necessarily say that since students did this on the circle assessment, this is how they will do, right? Where now once we start MAP and we have a continuum of the same assessment, now we have a predictor, a continuum of the same assessment. But in terms of what happens, first and foremost, again, this is not an excuse. It just is where we are as a district. We've adopted a new curriculum.
When?
Amplify. This is our first year as whole district adoption.
What did we have prior?
We had Pearson Savas.
What is that?
It was the literacy curriculum. It was a publishing curriculum that was here prior. And it was not rooted in the science of reading, and it was not rooted whatsoever in early literacy around phonics, phonological awareness, or phonemic awareness. And so we have made this shift over the past year. We did a pilot in 3 pyramids last year, and this year is our first year of adoption system-wide. And while this data is not acceptable, and I don't want any trustee to feel that we think that this is acceptable or okay. And Trustee Bridges, I feel every word that you said, and I take it to heart, and we feel very passionately about what you said. But to answer your question, we are going through shift in practice and shift in pedagogy, and it is a learning curve for our teachers and our principals, and we are not doing as well as we need to do as a system to support that change. And our students are losing in the short term, but we know that we've made good decisions in terms of what we are investing in the long term. These are returns of investment that we will not see immediately, and I know that that doesn't give the board comfort today. But these are evidence-based shifts in practice that as a system, principals, teachers, us as central office will have to lean into in order to see the evidence show up for our students, in order to make sure that they can read. Because that is what will change the trajectory of their lives. It is a social justice issue. And so that is my most succinct answer that I can give you, is that we have to reinvest in this space and support our teachers better from central office, support our principals better, so that they can support our teachers, boots on the ground, to do the right work in the classroom to support our students. And I don't know if my counterpart wants to build on that.
I strongly agree with what Dr. Sorensen shared. I think we all can agree that the most important person in our schools is our teachers, right? They have the most impact on our students. What we want is for students to learn and be successful. Pretty closely followed behind those teachers are our principals. Our principals impact the operation of our campus, how our teachers work with our students, and the success that our families and students have. As a system in Fort Worth ISD, we own this data. We know this is where we're at, and we know we need to improve the outcomes for our students. We've made those decisions purposefully. New curriculum, new frameworks, new expectations for instruction, new expectations for how we monitor that instruction, new expectations for we hold people accountable. Not to say it as an excuse, but this is an implementation year. We're learning. We're learning for the long term to make sure that instruction in Fort Worth ISD is high quality for all students. And we've got to continue to invest in our teachers and our principals and our students so that our students get the outcomes that we need to. That's really where we are right now.
Okay, and how long was the previous curriculum in place?
Yeah, I believe we had it for 4 years before we changed curriculum.
And this is the first year. Okay, so the 34%, we had that previous curriculum?
That's correct.
And we had it for 2 more years or 3 more years, and now it's a new one?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it didn't increase very much with that curriculum, so,
I think that was one of the reasons why we looked to adopt something new and make a change.
Yes, ma'am. That's why we definitively look to make a shift.
I hope so. And the other thing is, I hope this new curriculum works. I think it's getting good reviews so far, but we cannot afford for our kindergarten students to go on to first grade and then second grade, because by the time they get to third grade, it's going to be difficult to bring them up to speed. I don't want these numbers this low. I mean, the goal should never be this low.
We agree with you, ma'am.
So, I
Wholeheartedly.
mean, yeah, so, I mean, and we can't afford to waste 4 years if this curriculum's not working. So, y'all need to, whatever the teachers need, principals need, whatever resources they need to get on the same page district-wide is what we need to do.
Thank you.
And it's an urgency.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I think that's all.
Trustee Martinez.
Good evening. I think two of my colleagues have already said a lot of things or questions that I had, and I just want to echo some of the things that they've said. And then I have a couple of other questions. And I think you've already addressed it, but let me see, page 5, where we have students that are coming in pre-K, we're utilizing this circle testing. We see that the student groups are very, very similar at this grade. But then, as one of my colleagues already pointed out, that then we start to see these large gaps in student achievement as they move up into other grades. And so I know we've already touched on it a little bit, but really just want to reiterate that we really have to identify why there's these gaps, and that these gaps are on us. That we're getting the students coming in at the same level here, and then they're dropping off somewhere, and that has to be on us. That's not on our students. And so we need to identify where those gaps are and address them much earlier. And so I was happy to hear Dr. Sorensen say that focus should be pre-K to 2. One question that I have is, if the circle is not a predictor, as you said, or a predictor like MAPS is, then why do we use it? And is there something that's more comparable to, I guess, the MAPS that is a better predictor?
Right now, the circle is one instrument that is available to us through the state of Texas and is provided as a kindergarten readiness measure that we use. We report this as part of our PEMS data. MAP or NWA does not offer a pre-K assessment, and there are very few pre-K assessments. So definitely we can look at what's available, but as to the reason that we use that, it was developed with Texas children by University of Houston, and it's widely used throughout Texas. Given the age of the kiddos, 3 and 4-year-olds, it's very complex to assess them, and so a lot of the assessment companies do not invest money in designing assessments there.
Okay, and I'm definitely not in favor of more tests. I'm not, I feel like our kids are already over-tested, but when we see, you know, on page 11, we're looking at kindergarten, we're seeing the 47 and 51% who meet the reading fluency here on phonological awareness. Okay, so say I'm a parent of a child that does not fall within that 51%. Walk me through, you know, I often come to meetings and I hear you all talking about multi-tiered systems and such, but tell me as a parent, when my child is in kindergarten and is not meeting that 51%, how am I being informed about what my child's needs are and what kind of support is provided? And how are we communicating to that parent? Because I know it's not just, doesn't just fall on the teachers in our system. I see the teachers are working really hard, and we obviously have a new curriculum. But how are parents being communicated that their children may fall below these levels, and what can be done to support their student?
I think that is an excellent question. And so our office, and then I can turn it over to Mr. Moore, because local schools also communicate very differently with their parent communities. But our office does a lot of outreach to communities around what can you do. And we host literacy fairs. We hold math nights at particular communities and particular schools around, and I know we're not talking about math tonight, but what is in the curriculum. We host curriculum nights and what to do to help your students with early literacy. We work with pre-K quite a bit around early awareness for literacy. And so, and if students aren't making it, we send the MAP reports home, and they're very detailed to say, here's where your students are struggling, and here's where they can get support, and here's how they can get support. We also work very closely with our campuses to notify them of their data and connect them to Saturday Learning Quest, to high impact tutoring, and all of the opportunities that are available by sending them very student specific data so that they can do the connection with the parents, because parents have connections closely with the schools. And so they want to talk to their principal about what is offered at the school. But our responsibility in many respects is to connect the school with the data and the resources that we provide as a district. But we as a district hold literacy fairs, math fairs, curriculum nights to inform parents what it should look like and what they can do, and then local schools also then build on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I've gotten some of those MAP reports before. I'll tell you, they are very difficult to understand as a parent. And when we consider that, you know, national literacy rates is like grade 6, we need to make it very, very simple for parents to understand where their children are, and much earlier, at a much earlier time in their education. I think, lastly, I heard you say, I heard you talk about the new things that are being implemented at this implementation year. So, and I've seen, again, how hard our teachers are working in the classroom and what they're working with, and how many students they have in their class. What do we need to do as a system? I heard you say it's a system to make greater improvements for student outcomes. When you say system, tell me some examples of what we can do, what we can support as a board, because what we've been doing what's not working for far too long.
I'll start. I think that when we talk about the system, when we talk about the implementation of our new instructional expectations, it goes down to a level of first learning. We have to have everyone participate in a foundational understanding of what the expectation is, what quality instruction looks like. We have professional learning available for all of our employees. We need to make sure we're getting our employees to that professional learning. We need to make sure we're taking that professional learning out of the room where teachers are learning, and they're implementing it into their classroom where students are learning. That's where our principals come in. That's where our work around professional learning communities comes in. That's where our work with teachers working together to learn from each other on what does this new curriculum look like? How do I implement it effectively? What do I need to do to change my practice? And we need to hold our principals and our teachers accountable to making that shift. A lot of times we're very comfortable with how we've taught for the last 5-6 years, and we see the results that we're getting. We've put a different expectation in place on purpose. I think all of our campus-based employees work as hard as they can. We need to focus the work that they're doing and refocus on the new curriculum, the new instructional practice, what a classroom looks like, be able to give them feedback, be able to give them professional development, and hold everyone accountable to this is what the classroom should look like, and this is what everyone should be doing. Yep.
I'd also add, and I think Dr. Ramsey has spoken about this before, it's also to the point of how we staff schools. We need to staff schools to the needs that they have, not to the numbers that they see in their seats. And so speaking, I've been quiet most of this time, but I get involved a lot with staffing. And when you ask what do we need from the board, it would be right there when we put together a plan I know that we are working on to come to staff schools differently according to their need. That doesn't mean everybody's going to be equal. That means some schools are going to get less, some are going to get more. And that is going to be okay, because that is not okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that, because I hear the professional development part, but that to me sounds like we're putting more work on our teachers, which are already overworked, and working with have more than enough students in their class than they should. We know by the waiver that we signed or adopted earlier this year, and so I'd love to hear that we will be staffing according to needs to make it more equitable than the way we're currently doing it. Because that's what I hear when I'm out on campuses from teachers is I'm doing the best that I can with what I have, and we need more support. So, I don't want to, not saying we should put more on teachers, I'm saying what systems of support can we give our teachers? So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson. Many of my colleagues have already shared some of the very same concerns that I have regarding the scores, so I'm not going to repeat those. I appreciate the comments that have been made, and I appreciate the concerns that have been raised because they are valid. And many of the questions about data that I had have already been asked. So I'm going to move to slide 20, and I just I feel like we need to have a good understanding of how our kids are being evaluated in order to ensure that we are helping them achieve to the best of their potential. So I want to make sure that I have this right. So all testing is going to be online this year. This is the first year that we've done this all online, correct?
Yes, we've had a number of our students testing online, Trustee Dart. There was an option to select paper or online, and so a number of students have tested online, but now there's no longer an option. Every student must test online.
Okay. And so we're moving to all online, and then we're also moving away from the one question type, which was multiple choice. So non-multiple choice items is kind of a broad category.
Yes, it is.
How many different question types will the kids have?
There are a number. There's no guarantee of how many they will have on any given test, but if you would like, I'll be happy to send to Dr. Ramsey so that you can all have that, the various names of the questioning types and the different examples that the state has put out. They've given something to educators to help start preparing students, as you say, and say that you might see these types of items in science. You might see these types of items on an English language arts test. They vary by content area.
And then the benchmarks that our students are taking they taking those benchmarks online so that they can get the practice
Yes.
What I want this to be, my hope is that this is a reading and a math test and not a test of how well you can use a computer.
Exactly correct. I agree with you. We started this year using the TEA interim assessments instead of a release test as a benchmark. We're doing the online interim assessments because they do give students exposure and practice with those item types while assessing their content knowledge.
Okay. And just to reiterate, as I have said many times from this very spot, I will always, always support front-loading education, pre-K, kindergarten, first grade, second grade. And I appreciate the focus that this district has shifted from focusing on grades that are being tested to preparing. Kids don't learn to read in 1 year. We've got to start that process early. And we've proven that over and over again, and we've known that for many, many years as far as the society is concerned. So I appreciate that Fort Worth ISD is focusing on that, and I agree, Dr. Sorensen, that the most important teachers, all of our teachers are important, but those that are critically important are those early learning teachers, because that's where some of the most important learning happens, because you're not able to do physics as a senior if you don't have language development as a 3-year-old. So, thank you.
Trustee Phillips.
All right, thank you, President Jackson. Yeah, my colleagues are on it tonight beautifully, and I appreciate all the inquiries in the direction all that has been going. I appreciate you four as well, sitting there taking these questions, right? Answering honestly about where we are. I guess just the tone that I'm sensing from all of these inquiries, which is a really beautiful thing, is just the sense of urgency, right? That's what it is. And so, yes, practically, logically, like you're saying, there's a pedagogical shift here. Sorry, I can't get that word out, right? And so, and yes, that does take time and training and things to be able to implement, and it, you know, but I'm deeply appreciative to my fellow board members about the sense of urgency, and I know from conversations with you all that you share in that sense of urgency. So, I mean, I guess really what I would like to do here, as far as kind of my question, is really just opening the space, you know, for Dr. Ramsey. You know, what I do appreciate is that you are on our campuses very frequently. You are walking these halls, you are getting to know personnel, you're hearing stories. So, you know, we get this report, we kind of are carving it up and diving in, rightfully so, right? And I guess I would love just to leave the space for you to kind of make the marriage here, as far as what we're saying, we're implementing, and then kind of the feel that you're getting as you're talking to the implementers of this. What's your thoughts and feelings on trajectory when you marry all that together?
So I'll start by saying that I am seeing implementation of the new curriculum, but not necessarily in all classrooms in the same way. I'm a little over halfway through my stakeholder engagement, so by the end of March, as the board knows, every employee in the district will have had the opportunity to spend an hour with me. When I speak via pyramids to our teachers, and really I'm describing, but almost in every pyramid meeting, we're hearing there is a lack of coherence across the district. There's a need for building capacity of our campus leadership to assist as instructional leaders, and there's an additional need for our teachers to be professionally developed, because at the end of the day, you know, what's the largest lever? It's our teacher. The teacher is the one that makes the best and greatest impact on student learning. So our teachers are being very honest about kind of what their needs for support are, and that includes the need to fully understand our standards, to be able to spiral and review, not just this year, but the years that students were out for COVID. A need to understand how to write common formative assessments. I'm hearing that a lot. So that we're not doing these more summative pieces, but it's what happens in the classroom every day. And as they have their professional learning community meetings, if they can create that formative assessment at the 3-week level, and then make adjustments as we go. So they're being very, very honest about their needs outside of just TEKS resource, and their standards coming alive so that they understand what are the standards that it's the first time a child ever encounters that standard in their classroom. There are standards in Texas where I may teach at this grade level, but it's not taught for 2 more years and then that following year. But what if I'm that teacher that has the students after COVID? I need to know that. I need to know that there are some blocks there. There are standards that are taught every single year, it just increases in complexity. So understanding that nexus between where's the standard, do I have the instructional materials that I need, do I have the time? Because what I'm hearing over and over again, it's really about time. I need time for planning. I need time to do this myself, right, with support. So I am seeing the new curriculum. Folks are being very honest. Our assistant principals, our principals are being very honest about the needs that they have. But as a system, we haven't set high expectations for all. And that's kind of the bottom line. Like, we haven't set high expectations for every student. We haven't set high expectations for every teacher, for every campus leader, for every district leader, for us. And we are a system, and instead we talk around and everyone has a finger to point. And so that's a little bit of the healthy part we need to get to as a system. We can create all kinds of processes, but if we're not a healthy system where we trust one another, where we believe in one another, where we can have honest conversations and hold each other accountable and not worry about hurting the feelings of an adult, because that's where we're still at. Because when we are so relational that we worry about hurting the feelings of an adult, our children continue to fail. So I feel good about the data we're getting, the data that I'm collecting, because they are being honest about what we need and the supports that we need as a district. You know, the goal for us is that by the time we move to a new office, that we're a serious district service center, that we exist to serve the needs of our campuses, that we create a system that is healthy and smart. So we had a very robust conversation that mirrored just about everything you said this evening amongst the cabinet group, because, as was said, this is unacceptable. And we have to own that, stop admiring the issue, and actually put some plans in place and hold each other accountable. So as we meet next week as a team of 10, these are the goals that we're going to be looking at. And so we need to then make commitments to that as a team of 10, and then as we go through the system.
Dean, thank you very much for that, Dr. Ramsey. And you know, I guess just final comment, and then I'll give it back to you, President Jackson. I think just, you know, culturally, as far as a board, and as our system, right? We're going to have to have in place where we look at the issue at hand, kind of in the inverse, right? Saying it to say, in a sense of when we see these scores and we see, hey, we got 45%, on level, like, we really have to take it as we have 55% not, right? And it's not to put a dark cloud over it or to make it where we have to have it be negative every time. But I think for exactly what we have tonight, this sense of urgency, right? If we're looking at it like that, we're looking at, oh, we got 30% on, well, we got 70 not. And I just think that is a fundamental shift as the way we're problem solving and just diving in. Not to the neglect of those that are. We're glad for the 30, we're glad for the 45, but it's a lot of lives in that 65 and 55 and 70 and all these other things. So, not even necessarily even putting it on y'all, just saying as we've been growing our own board culture and everything, that I know that with us having that sense of urgency, with us being willing to work within that excellence, the trickle down effect really will happen in those cases. So I guess much in the same vein as my colleague Trustee Martinez, alluded to just a moment ago. I mean, we are very willing to be the board that needs to be the way we need to be in place and what we need to do in order to really put the supports in place to make sure y'all can do what y'all need to do. So the more y'all can let us know what those things are, the more we can activate and the more that we can not have these moments as frequently as it seems that we're having them. So appreciate y'all for this. Thank you. Thank you, President Jackson.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. Just a couple of questions. One, Dr. Ramsey alluded to that we don't want to respond or react. We don't want to be reactionary. We don't want to be at a summative point and then look back and see what we should have done. So my first question is intervention in real time versus waiting for the benchmarks or the map. What does that look like for students first, parents and teachers? And I know you've spoken about it, but maybe you can just summarize.
So I can summarize. We also have Lexia in place that we from the district end, we pull that data school by school and we look at it weekly. But principals and teachers also have access to that in their classrooms every single day. And so you can intervene and see where students are struggling on very specific skills and literacy and intervene right there on the spot every single day as you need to, and either reassign specific literacy skills or pull students off and give them very specific lessons down to like a vowel sound if need be. And so that's an intervention tool that we have. Also, our curriculum has assessments built in that are aligned to TEKS that also have assessments that are aligned to the curriculum that allow us to assess whether kids are doing well and comprehending those particular skills, those particular TEKS, so that, again, as our teachers are developing capacity on assessment writing, we also have built-in assessments into the curriculum. So in real time, we have, so that teachers aren't having to write assessments, those assessments are built in into Amplify, so that teachers then have the data to say, okay, here's a skill, here's a TEK that they didn't get, let me go back and reteach in real time.
Thank you. So I'm still interested in what does this look like for students? What does this look like for parents? Parents want to help, parents involved. We have a group of parents here tonight. How do we help parents help their students?
So for our perspective from central office, it's helping our teachers and our principals find ways to communicate that data with their parents. And so how do we make, I think to Trustee Martinez's point, how do we help our parents make sense, how do we help our teachers and our principals make sense of that Lexia data so that when we send home the lesson that is printed off of Lexia, there's an accompaniment with it that says, here's how you do this with your student. There are parent letters that do come with Lexia, but it's, again, reinforcing with our teachers how to use those parent communications and how to do that. In our pre-K, we have Ready Rosie, right, that all automatically communicates with our parents and families. But again, for us, from our perspective as support, how do we help our principals and how do we help our teachers use the supports that are built into the curriculum in an understandable way, in languages, for all families, so that we make sure that we're helping our campuses communicate better with parents and families so that they partner with us
as they help their children at home.
Thank you. Thanks for your patience, Dr. Sorensen. Next one is on staffing. So we talked about what I've talked about for years, degree of difficulty on the campus. I don't like the term, but it's an old diving term. So the more challenging a dive is, the higher the degree of difficulty. So you get higher points. We have campuses that are more challenging, that have students that are more challenged. What does this staffing look like, this new model that we're talking about, and when will this board see it? Because I think it is key to success.
Good question. So I think it starts off first with knowing where we are at a level, right? Because we typically school staff to a certain level based on enrollment, correct? So that's the first step, which we're doing this school year, which follows a very typical, you have this many students, you get this many staff. Then on top of that, we come in and see how a school's performing, what the needs of the population of students may be, and we tier our schools accordingly and make decisions as to how much staff. If, let's say, a campus was going to lose 4 teachers, maybe they don't lose all 4 teachers, maybe they lose 1 or none. It just depends on how we tier the schools. It could be also how we add administrative staff, counselors, how we use state comp ed funds and Title I funds, which are supplemental funds for this purpose, and align those to do it. And to answer your question, when will you see it? You'll see pieces of it this year, and as we get better and better at determining those tiers, you'll see more and more of it. As we come forward with our staffing plans for our campuses, as early as this Friday, they'll start coming out.
Thank you, Dr. Sines. And then last of all, attrition versus adherence. Right now, people are looking for jobs in other districts. Everybody that wants a new job is looking. So we have opportunity to bring people in. We also have an opportunity to keep our most valuable resource, which are our teachers and our principals and our other staff. Everybody here is important, every one of 10,000 employees. How are we working to keep our employees and make Fort Worth ISD the best place to work and a place where they want to spend their career and encourage our children and keep our kids in school?
Yeah, I appreciate that question very much. You know, in January, we actually started the conversation at the campus level. We started with our principals and assistant principals, through our executive directors, having what we call stay conversations, talking to people not only about what their intent is, but making sure we have the conversation with the right people where we say, we need you, we want you, you are doing great things here. But then on the other side of it, having the critical conversation with those that we need to be thinking about doing things differently for next year. We asked our principals and assistant principals to roll that down to our teachers. We need to have honest conversation. You know, in school leadership, we're really focused on not just educational excellence, which is one of our top priorities, but the school experience and having effective operations of our campus. I think it takes all 3 of those components. 1, for people to want to work at your schools. But 2, to make sure that you have an effective campus. It can't just be about the academics. It has to be about the experience our students and families are having at the school. And that starts for us by having that open dialogue and conversation. So we've started having those discussions, making sure that people that need to be here with us in Fort Worth ISD know that we value you, we need you, we want you to continue here with us.
And Mr. Moore, is that different than in prior years?
It's a new strategy that we're implementing.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Great presentation. None of us are happy with the outcomes that were presented, but what we do know is we all need to roll up our sleeves and get busy. And the best way to do that is to engage this community as well. And that's the missing piece, and I think we have a real opportunity to engage them. We're moving on now to board committee. We're moving on to board committee and superintendent update on written reports that you all received. Does anybody have any comments? If not, we will move on to number 7. I'll turn it over to Dr. Ramsey for the ESSER 3 and safe return to in-person instruction review. I want to brag for one moment. Everybody can't see this, but I'm proud to hold it. It's in English and in Spanish, and it talks about where our ESSER dollars have gone, where they're going, and how many remain. So I want to thank the staff for that.
We're going to invite up, in addition, already at the table, you see our Deputy Superintendent Molinar, our CFO Arieta Candelaria, and then we are going to also ask Bridget Crespo, our Senior Officer of Grants, to join at the table. And I'll turn over to our CFO.
Yes. Good evening. Good evening, President Jackson, members of the board. I'm here to present along with my colleagues with regards to the ESSER funding. This is the funding. This is a presentation for February 28, 2023, and it's our semi-annual reporting out to the public. Starting out, just a quick reminder of the amount of money that the Fort Worth ISD received. We received $261,640,223 as part of the CARES Act that was enacted in March 27, 2020, and included all funding for our schools. How are our ESSER funds being used? Fort Worth ISD has adopted pretty much the standard for the use of these funds that is being utilized by many of the school districts. And these funds are designated for one-time or short-term spending to address the learning loss and also the ongoing impact of the pandemic. It is recommended that these funds be used for one-time or short-time type of expenses. Long-term uses is also allowable, but districts have to consider how we're going to support these costs and these expenses after the funding ends, which is currently targeted at 9/30/2024. So I want to go over the ESSER budget and where we are year to date. So if you will recall, back in June of 2022, we presented the budget, and we had allocated certain budget to various activities. Those activities are at the left of the chart and were in 5 major categories: supported teacher, rigorous instructional materials, create more time for learning, empower parents, and then other priorities. In the next column, you'll see some of the objectives that supported those particular categories. And then also on this chart is where we stand as of December 2022. We did make some alignment in the budgets, and I'll go over this in the next slide. But the total funds, again, total $240,581,000, and then when you add the indirect costs that the district does bring into the general fund of $21,058,000 over the course of the grant, that's the total $261,640,000. At this point in time, we're about 50% spent. So the last column that's indicated up there, the expenditures and encumbrances as of December 31st, 2020. We have spent $121.6 million to date, and we have indirect costs that we've taken in at $8.3 million for a total of $129.9 million. As I indicated, some of those budget adjustments that we made, this is the rationale for those budget adjustments, the change between June and December. We did our regular budget review to look at the actual expenditures that had been made and the continuation of those services and align the budget accordingly. We had some increased retention incentives for all personnel. And you saw in the prior slide, you saw there was a change of about $10 million in that first category for supported teachers and under building teacher capacity. That was one of the changes primarily that occurred for that particular category. The next item was the recruitment and hiring incentives for hard-to-fill positions. Those were made, those budget adjustments were made in order to accommodate those. And then we had some reduction of vacant positions. We closed some positions and moved the budget to other area because we were not going to be successful hiring those positions. Those positions were hard to fill, and so we moved the budget in order to make room for other items, such as the next one, which was the kickoff of the teleteacher with updates and increased personnel. We increased this project, and so therefore we allocated more funding to that particular category. We also acquired some GT mobile classrooms, and so we accommodated the budget for that. On the next slide, this is the expected versus actual spend. At this point in time, in the quarter, for the fourth quarter of 2022, we should be at 60% spend. We're at 50%. So we're a little bit behind schedule, but we have caught up. If you look at historically of where we've been, the last quarter in quarter 3 of 2022, we're at 32% versus the 50 spend and we brought that within 10% of what our target is. We still feel comfortable that we'll get to the point where we're at 100% of spend by 9/30/2024. At this time, we are hearing that, that there may be an extension, but we are planning to not, we're not relying on that. We are planning to spend all of the money by 9/30/24 in accordance with our plan. And this is what our plan looks like. So this is a 3-year cost, actual versus projected. So we spent $77,587,000 in 21-22, or 32%. We project that we'll spend 45% of the funds in this year of to the tune of $108,378,000. And then in 23-24, we will spend the remaining 23%. So that is what we project, and those are the different categories. This is a different look. This is by category: personnel, contracted services, supplies and materials, travel and miscellaneous operating costs, and capital outlay. So it's a different look at how we're spending the money. One of the things that we've also done is, and we're really excited about doing some of this work, and that is the academic return on investment work that we've been working with our consultant district management group. And so I kind of came in on, and this was already on the table, and I've really dove right into some of the work, because I really do believe that this is really important work for our district. And so DM Group came in, and they wanted to help us understand what the impact and the cost of ESSER 3 funded activities or initiatives are. The DM Group is paid by ESSER funds. And so we embarked on that first phase, which was June through August of 22, where we did some budgeting diagnostics and key takeaways on the ESSER funded initiatives. We just completed our phase 2, which is August through December, where we conducted an initiatives inventory on ESSER funded initiatives. And then we'll come in on our phase 3. We'll bring them back in to have a presentation to you all. And that is the analysis that we do on the AROI analysis that we do on those ESSER funded activities. So this is how we collected data on those initiatives. We had our kickoff to start the work. And then we had a division initiative data collection where we met with the central office team, and we collected the data on those initiatives. We also did a survey on or an inventory of the principals, the impact to the principals of those initiatives, and they provided some feedback on the use and the impact of those district initiatives. And then we did a master inventory, and which I will provide in just a second. And this is where we finalized that initiative data and the principal impact inventory results, and we compiled that data to show you today. So this is how we identified those initiatives. So we had to look and define what were those initiatives that we wanted to look at. So on the right side of the chart here, you see the entire allocation of $261 million. Well, $97 million were costs that were allocated to a one-time COVID response. And then the 47 million of those initiatives were not included in the inventory because they don't have any ongoing costs beyond the 23-24. So the initiatives that we really looked at was at 117 million, or 44.8%. And these initiatives were defined as, number one, they're strategic, which means they're aligned to a district division or team priority at the time it was launched. It had a clear and expected outcome, purpose. It was ESSER dependent. In other words, it would not exist unless it was ESSER funded. And then it's ongoing. These has potential ongoing costs beyond September 2024. And we need to do this work in order to ensure that we make good management decisions as to whether or not we're going to continue that beyond the ESSER funded. This is the perceived effectiveness of the ESSER 3 initiatives that was conducted for the principals, and you can see each of the major categories and how they were measured. The expanse of their response, plus also the average. So for example, support teachers, we had an average response or perceived effectiveness from the principals of 3.6, 3.5 for the second rigorous instructional materials, 3.4 for creating more time for learning, 3.8 for empowering parents, and then other priorities was 2.9. So we used all of this information in order to select the those initiatives that for the AROI analysis, and so we hired or contracted with DM Group to look at 3 initiatives, and I think I lost the. There we go. Okay. I'm going to keep my hand off the Okay, so we're looking here at the 3 areas that we selected based on the objectives, the strong definition of success, whether or not the program had metrics to measure success, and whether or not it was currently being monitored. We also looked at cost as a determinant factor because we wanted to make sure that we did look at it from that perspective as well. So we selected the high-impact tutoring, the external specialized wraparound services, and freshman success. And these are the ones that DMG Group will be assisting us with. This does not mean that we're not going to look at the other categories. These are the ones that our hope is that we institutionalize this framework, and then we turn around and use that framework to measure all of these items. And also, we would like to institutionalize the framework so that it can expand to general fund, so to general fund initiatives. Because again, this was an ESSER-funded project, and it was funded by ESSER, so we're looking at ESSER-funded activities, and we would then turn around and institutionalize the framework, then to be able to utilize it for other, to measure other initiatives within the district. Okay? So that concludes my portion. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Molinar.
Thank you. Just as a reminder, just as we're coming forward and giving you a budget update, it is required that we also bring forward an opportunity for feedback for all of our stakeholders around our safe return to in-person instruction. And you'll see, as President Jackson held up the QR code, we are asking for community input. And we will be taking this input to see what does our stakeholders feel that is working, that they have seen through our ESSER funding. What would they like to see change? What would they like to see us provide differently? Even when it comes to some of the items that we discussed with high impact tutoring, is it working for your child? Is your child having done after school? Is it being done before school? What is working? Saturday Learning Quest. The only way we can refine and get better is to get that feedback, and that way we can help start planning for the next school year. We would like to offer, before you take the survey, you review the questions, and you'll see that website is at www.fortworthisd.org/ESSER. There you can look at the questions before you provide the feedback, because sometimes it's a good opportunity to talk to your actual student and say, how do you see this at your school? How is this working? Before you answer the survey, and make that interactive with them as part of your team. We will have this open through March 28th, and look forward to the feedback so we can help begin the 23-24 school year. And we have the ability to take some of our funding and change our initiatives according to that feedback. We're open for any questions at this time.
I have a quick one. Are we asking specifically in that questionnaire, I haven't looked at it yet, are we specifically asking about transportation?
There is a part there that you can put in there about transportation, just for our stakeholders. Like most of our programs that are before school or after school, we do provide the transportation, much less our summer school, much like our summer school, as well as our Saturday Learning Quest.
It'd be interesting for us to know if transportation is a deterrent, if when we're providing transportation, if this is something that parents appreciate and need, if it makes the difference.
Sure, definitely.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for having that in there. Trustee Bridges.
Thank you guys for the presentation. I just got a few questions. I start off when we look at the return of investment, I love hearing that. Are you guys able to break that down by campus? And what I mean by that, because the spirit of the law was built because many of our kids were falling behind because of COVID. And if we had, and I'm just picking a number out of my head here, we had 300 kids went to after school. And we can look at those 300 kids and say, okay, out of that 300 kids, he went from here to here. I went in the principal's office maybe about 2 years ago, and she literally had on the wall all the students, and she can look at and say, and I thought that was amazing, based on where they were, each individual student. So my question is, how are we able to do that by campus, that we can look at the money, which was intended for that, it was used from an intentional basis of getting students up to par?
So the ARO framework is designed to be able to do that, to break it down by campus. And that is one of the actual beauties of the framework, because what we also want to do is we want to make sure that we're able to look at the data to determine where it is actually working. Because many times what happens is programs are either we eliminate them or keep or eliminate. Those are like the choices. But we really need to look at the data to determine where is it working, how is it working, what group, what type of students are benefiting from the program, what is the true impact. And we also, so you're, in response to your question, yes, and we do that by the account coding that we utilize in our system. So we're able to determine which funds are actually being allocated to specific campuses. There are some programs where we're not necessarily able to do that because it's more of a district-wide focus, but there are programs that we do drill down and allocate costs, and that's how we would be able to do that.
So I want to make sure I'm understanding. So if there was 300 students that attended the after-school program, you can look at, see where that student advanced or decreased, or what? That's my question.
Yes, Trustee Bridges, that's a great example, would be our high-impact tutoring. So we actually collect the data by the student, as well as the campus, as well as the vendor, because we put an RFP out asking for high-impact tutoring to be either it's after school, before school, during school. The campus was allowed to select. And then we get reports that which students are enrolled in that program, what's their attendance, what's their progress. And then we're able to backtrack that and look at it district-wide at our systems as well to make that comparison to see, are they growing? Are they growing on the map data we just saw? Are we seeing an increase? Are we seeing a decrease in absences? What is their discipline? So the financial side is coded by budget, but then we have the student side that drills down to that actual student for some of our initiatives.
And is that type of reporting given to a principal?
Yes, actually the principal, I'll go back to this example, the principal receives the report as well because they selected the type of high impact tutoring they want. So they actually receive the report, and I get some of the reports and I view them too, just to check how's the attendance, the participation rate, and then that's when we make contact. Hey, I notice, your attendance or participation rate this last 6 weeks seems to be declining. We need to get our students back onto this program. We need to contact parents. We need to provide that communication.
So, and I'm going to give an example. So for some of our low-performing schools, when you look at that and you are determining whether funding or if there's additional need there, I'm struggled by when I look at the numbers by school, and I know I've asked this question several times, and I don't want to seem like I'm special, but I'm just not trying to be funny, I'm just not getting it. Because I look at the dollars, and I'm not going to name the school, by one school, like, whoa. Then I look at the dollars at the other school, and I see it's a huge high need at this school. And if the intent was to make sure our students catch up because of COVID, I'm not getting, am I making sense?
Yeah, you definitely are making sense, and you've asked this question a couple times, so I feel like we're not answering it very well, and we probably need to sit down and get more specifics on the budget of the campus and how we're implementing the resource at the campus. We can put the resources there. We have to get the students to utilize those resources as well. And we have to make sure we're implementing them consistently on the campus. We're struggling getting, and I get it, I'm a mom, getting our kids to want to stay after school, to participate in tutoring, even come to the Saturday Learning Quest. We're offering transportation, we're offering free breakfast, free lunch, we try goodie bags, all kinds of incentives. But we're still struggling trying to get our kids to come and participate, to see those resources being taken advantage of. So maybe we, as a district, are not picking the right resource for the campus that you're speaking of. They may need something different, and that's where we need to drill down and say, why is it maybe not the same amount of resources, whether that's a funding issue, but we have the funding. And campuses have a very robust, and we've talked about this before, Title I funding to do above and beyond. But if we need to help that campus select and support and maybe find a different resource because their resource they maybe chose is not working, then we need to know that. So we'd love to sit down and bring a team of people, and I need the principal, the AP, the counselors, and some teacher leaders, and tell us, like, what do you need? Because we have the money. Now, we just need to know what they think they need.
And that leads me to my next question, because you led into it when you said the struggle is getting students to attend after school, before school, Saturday school. Do you evaluate the family engagement in that same kind of level? Because that's a new piece,
yeah.
correct? And that's being funded under that.
So we have a great dashboard that shows how many times they're making contact with parents, how many classes they're providing to the parents, how many events that they're hosting, and that's under Dr. Washington's division. So we are measuring that. It's still the same thing. It's like getting them there, getting them engaged, asking them, how can we do better? What are we not doing well? What do you need from us? Are we not providing it? I think I heard this evening the reports we're sending out for MAP growth are not being, they're not helpful to our parents. So how can we make those reports and do something different to get our parents to understand where their student is at with their learning? And maybe that will help increase the attendance to some of the other events like tutoring and Saturday Learning Quest.
Last question. And have you guys had a specific, like a listening session type piece around just that, where you're asking a question as to, okay, let's be real, y'all. Why y'all ain't coming to tutor? Why, I mean, in a very relaxed setting, that and I found that when it's relaxed and people feel it's a trusting setting, oh, you know what? This is happening in my life. I'm washing clothes. I'm doing, you know what I'm saying? And then maybe look at how do we be a little bit more creative and attracting parents and kind of meeting them where they're at. And I keep going back to that family engagement piece because that's what that was designed for. And how we are utilizing that, because I've seen some pieces where from an attendance standpoint, yes, but I think there's so many other ways that we need to be utilizing that, especially when we look at the numbers. I mean, I think you feel me? They tie together. And I just think we've got to be a little bit more creative on how we do that. Thank you, guys.
Trustee Evans?
Thank you all so much for this report, and I apologize if I'm kind of jumping around. You answered some of my questions already. So starting with slide 11, how were these quantified or measured? Was it the people from DM Group assigning values to them, or how did they get to these averages?
So there were specific questions that were asked during a principals meeting, and that data was collected, presented, and then collected during that day.
Okay. So the parental engagement piece scored the highest. So and I know this is kind of new data, and the ROI study is still ongoing, correct?
Correct.
So I'd love to know what we're going to do with that parental engagement piece and how we can plan to expand that. And really drill down to that campus level, like y'all were talking about, and those campuses that maybe aren't doing it as effectively, you know. And then moving on to number 12, again, I apologize for jumping all around. Can you remind me who selected these initiatives for this ROI analysis? Was it the principals?
No.
Okay.
So it was a district team. So
Okay.
we selected it at our level
Okay.
and selected it just based on the input and then the different areas. You know, we chose the academic plus also the student support services.
Okay.
So we wanted to look at different areas, and we had 3 to choose from based on our contract, and so that they could help us develop the framework itself.
Okay.
And so these are the ones that we chose.
For the fall, this spring, are they going to be studying the rest of them, or?
So we're studying it now.
Okay.
We're gonna build the framework around what we're measuring and how we're going to measure.
Okay.
And then certainly by next year, we should have an answer of some sort to determine whether or not we're going to continue these into beyond when the ESSER money ends.
Okay. And if there's an initiative that's not on slide 12, is it slated to be continued?
So there potentially,
Okay.
I mean, but we would do that work internally. So right now,
Okay.
what we're building in Ms. Crespo's team, we're building some capacity to be able to develop, to be able to do that work. So when we come back, we will present, we'll look at the work to determine if these other items were effective.
Okay.
And whether or not we should continue them.
Okay. And I'm specifically thinking of summer launch. You know, I
Mm-hmm.
don't see that on here, and that was done with ESSER monies, correct?
It is, but we do summer school every year. So we want to pick really initiatives that were new and different.
Okay.
The high impact tutoring, we decide to go internal and external. So principals got to choose if they want to keep their tutor internal through their teachers or go external with a vendor. When we do wraparound services, we add it, and we put out another RFP where we were looking at different external help that could come in to a campus to meet their needs. The principals were allowed to go and almost pick from a menu, go talk to the wraparound services. What do I need for my campus? So this one's a little different than we've usually done. We've mostly done internal staff for that. So we wanted to add external since we had the funds. So we're looking at really, we picked the things that were different initiative, but we've used something similar before to see like, internally, are we doing it right? Is external helping us build that support for our campuses as our students? And then, of course, freshman success. There was a couple reasons for that one. That includes a lot of staffing, because we added a freshman success coach. It also, when you look at the time in the day, there's another PLC block that we utilize for that. And there's training for the coaches as well as for the administration team. So there was different criteria for that one. We want to see, is that something we want to continue, and is it worth that investment? Because when you add a coach, you're also taking sometimes from the classroom, because that's where our coaches usually come is from a classroom.
Okay, thank you. And last question, there was discussion about struggling to get participation in some of these initiatives, the after school or the Saturday Learning Quest. Do we have a plan for maybe bringing some of those initiatives, into the classroom? So, for example, and I'm eager to see what the ROI study shows us specifically on the Saturday Learning Quest, because if we know there's a direct correlation to a quantifiable academic benefit with extra small group teaching for our students who aren't reading on grade level, can we bring that into their classroom? You know, because if those students aren't participating in Saturday school and summer lunch, you know, what I'm hearing from this board, you know, based on the last presentation is, why can't we have classes that are 10 to 1 for our elementary kids, you know, who aren't reading on grade level? And so even if we can see the quantifiable benefit, but we know we're having trouble getting them in Saturday, maybe we can bring that benefit into the classroom. So just how do we, you know, maximize and optimize these ESSER dollars and then continue them once we hit the cliff, so.
High-level answer to that is that we are looking at all of our support systems and how they're pushing in and how we're supporting our campuses, and if we need to change that strategy, and that's something Dr. Ramsey has really been speaking to us about as well. We have a lot of resources and extra support. Are we seeing the impact? What does that look like? Can it be changed? And do we need to take some of those resources and put them back on the campuses in the classrooms where they'll best meet the needs of our students? So that's one of the examples of why the freshman success, you know, because like I said, when you pull out a specialist or a coach, most of the time they do come from a classroom. So then right now we're dealing with vacancies still, and that's nationwide. That's not a Fort Worth ISD thing, and we're dealing with it statewide, especially in high needs areas such as special ed and bilingual. So those are things we're gonna have to make a decision as a district, like where's the greatest impact for our kids? And is it pushing in more than doing that support campus-wide?
Thank you. Trustee Dr. Rodriguez?
Okay, so these are the programs that we are potentially gonna put in our budget when the ESSER funds go away. So that's why we're doing the analysis.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, but my question is about the summer learning. You said we offer summer school every year. Is that just for credit recovery? Or is it for kids who want enrichment or to get?
So it's everything. We do, of course, meet the needs of our students who are below grade level. They're invited first. But then we have enrichment. We have attendance recovery for our high school credit recovery. We have a lot of different choices for summer school to try to meet all of the needs of our students. And even Saturday Learning Quest, we accept all of our students, and we don't try to make it where it's about retention or it's about like just the learning loss, because we do bring more enrichment activities because we want to make it fun, and we model our summer school after that as well. We do have requirements from the state under House Bill 4545 that we have to meet, and those for our students who are not on grade level. So we have those requirements that we first must meet because those are mandated, and our summer school, Saturday Learning Quest, high impact tutoring all address those needs as well.
Okay, so we're offering all that every summer to all our students. So good. So they can just come if they want to take a class that they just failed. They need a little extra support
Yes.
in that class, they can come.
Yes, and we're actually expanding this year. We've tried cluster sites at the high school, and our high school principals and teachers have asked that we have our high school summer opportunities on each campus, because of course our high school students feel more comfortable being on their own home campus. So we are using this funding to expand to each traditional all of our high schools will have summer school on their campus.
Okay, and we have plenty of funding for the summer school.
We got plenty of funding.
Okay.
Yes, I say that, and she gets nervous when I say we got plenty of funding, but the need's there, so yes.
Because there's some parents and some students who, from May till August, they forget. So if they could go to a couple of classes in summer school and just kind of refresher courses or something, I think.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Luebinos?
Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you for this report. as we go in 20 months from now, in the next budget, how are we going to make up that difference of that $63 million to continue on with these programs? I mean, it's a lot of money that with an unbalanced budget and to add another $63 million. How is that going to, do we have grants in mind that we can make up that money or adjustments in the budget?
Are you talking about the deficit right now for the general fund, or what?
This, on that slide, the $63 million.
That's on this slide, when you
Yeah.
add it up? Okay. So basically, that's the exercise that we have to take within the next, until next, the budget year for 24-25. So we are going to look and determine which one of these had a, high impact, hopefully a low cost, but a high impact on the outcomes of students, and then make a determination as to how we're going to accommodate that in the budget. I mean, that is really the decision, and the reason that we're doing the AROA framework is to help us make those decisions. Because if some of these are successful and they are making an impact for students, then that would be a recommendation that we would move forward, and we'd have to determine how we would fund it. We hope that during the next 2 cycles that we are doing a lot of work outside of the framework to analyze whether or not a program is successful, and some of those successes will be recommended for discontinuance. I mean, that is the balanced budget, is determining to try to strategically abandon those programs that are not effective and are not working, and to fund those programs that do provide an outcome for students. And so those are the things that we're going to have to look at. Dr. Sines spoke about this issue also earlier, and during the earlier presentation, is that adherence to the staffing guidelines. Making sure that all schools are funded equitably and staffed equitably. And so we have to do that alignment. There's just a lot of work that we're doing that we need to get to a balanced budget eventually. We're also watching the legislature. There's also some potential funding opportunities that may come forward that will help maybe ease that gap. And we're going to, make all efforts to try and provide you with a balanced budget. And I had said that at the last budget. I said, I needed a couple years to really, ease that in, because it was a large deficit budget. But we're looking at every single position. We've done a lot of work with Ms. Molinar to look at what our budget is, and if there are these things here that we feel are important, then we're going to look to see how we can fund them. And that's part of Ms. Crespo's job, is also to look for external funding as well. There are grant opportunities that are out there that do fund some of these things, and so we would look to that and potentially title as well in order to be able to fund some of these projects.
Great, thank you. Seems like we have a plan in place.
Oh, yes, we definitely have a plan.
Trustee Dr. Ryan.
Are there any personnel that we hired with ESSER funds whose positions will go away when we don't have these funds anymore?
Yes, I mean, that's part of what the plan was, continuation of services and being able to support the personnel that was needed at campus. However, with the number of vacancies we have and the needs, we are not foreseeing a huge problem here. But the plan from the beginning was let's support and let's sustain and not continue those that we cannot continue. It's part of the evaluation, and it's part of the process that we have to go through, is seeing where we need the positions and put the employees where the positions are needed.
Well, I've just been looking at it simply because we were faced with a $60 million deficit, and then we're going to bring in these positions because we still want to do it. I guess another question I've got is, we're getting people in that we need, that are specialists and have Spanish language abilities and other language abilities, and we're paying them incentives, and that incentive goes away. So how are we going to attract people when that happens?
Well, that's part of the compensation, plan that we would have, that we work with our talent management, Dr. Pena, to determine what that compensation package would be. But I agree with you as well, that we would have to look to see which incentives we would want to keep, which of those are making an impact in drawing people. We've even provided some incentives, but we're not drawing those people. They're just not available in the market. So, so we have to look at the various type of incentives and offer those in the hard-to-fill areas and try to attract people, but also try to retain the people that we currently have by offering a solid compensation plan. And I think that we made great strides in the last budget cycle in some of the categories. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I know that we were ranked 5th in the area. And that's that was important. That was a big move to get to, and I think that we need to continue to do that. And we can use some of these funds in 23-24 to continue those incentives. But beyond that, again, we'd have to evaluate whether or not we actually want to continue with those incentives or not.
Okay. With the previous presentation we had, I mean, we know that scores are bad. We want to get them up. You've got high-impact tutoring in here that's checked all the way across the board. I'm sitting here going with half the funds that we got from ESSER. I could sit there and provide every kid K through 2 or K through 3 with a tutor an hour a day every day for a whole year to get their scores up. Now, the only problem is we don't have 20,000 tutors sitting out there ready to work for an hour a day. Right. And so that's you can't, in reality, you can't do that. But I'm sitting there with situations like that. What do we do to get people where we need? Did we go out to our colleges and get our education people and say, hey, we'll pay you $50 an hour to come out and work with our kids. Come out and do it. We can, I mean, if I was a college student, all of a sudden somebody was offering me about $8,500 for the year to come tutor a kid for an hour a day, I might be looking at that.
You are right, and we have attempted that, and we have partners. Dr. Pena has a lot of university partners that we've gone out and we've tried to recruit to do that, even our own staff members. We've asked them, some of our part-time employees, to tutor. That's why we had to go external as well. Some of our teachers, they have other priorities. They're tired. They have their own families,
yep.
To go home. So we're having to attack this multiple ways. And we have done the university partners. And we are open to anyone who wants to come and tutor. We can help train. We can even pass their name along to one of the vendors. We have a staffing issue when it comes across the board, and that's what Carmen had shared, that even some of the initiatives, we have closed some of the positions because we cannot staff the initiative. So we know it's not going to be successful because we can't staff it. Right. Some of the vendors that we have worked with and hired, they are struggling as well. To make sure that they are able to provide enough staff to do the tutoring. So we're offering flexibility to those campuses. Like if you still have teachers who want to tutor, we have the funding to pay them. And we actually increase the hourly rate as well to try to attract tutors.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Martinez.
We talked a lot about the staffing issues in one of our prior meetings, but just for the public, what have been some of the positions that have been the hardest to fill, and what are some of those initiatives that you talked about that we just know won't be successful because we have not been able to staff?
Most of the positions that we are having issues are around the social emotional area and psychology services, special education services. Those are the hardest for us.
And could you share some of the reasons why those might be the hard?
There are different situations for is the number of positions that we were looking for, is the expectation of the work, is the risks right now for the positions to execute their jobs. Is Also, we have the positions, the salaries, and how much we can provide to supplement. We have to be very careful when we supplement, because then how we are going to keep those positions later. So we are being very cautious, but at the same time, we try to hire, and we were a year with positions open and no candidates.
Yeah. Yeah, and I know, I've been seeing the career fairs and advertised very well, so I know that we've been trying. Going to slide 12, which is up now, can you elaborate on the strong definition of success? What defines that?
These, the 5 categories that you see on the top: objective, strong definition of success, metrics to use, currently being monitored, and cost, are the 5 things that we are looking for each initiative. We are training the staff to be able to identify those. So a strong definition of success is the capacity to the department or the managers of the initiative to say and describe what is work, what means this initiative works, and what means that we are impacting the students that we want to impact. So we have to identify who we are working with, which grade levels are we working with, what is the expectation of change, what we are improving, because these initiatives are all across different things. Some of that is attendance, some of that is performance in literacy, is performance in math, is disciplinary issues. I mean, all these areas have different expectations. They are to define when this is going to happen. It's like a SMART goal. When it's going to happen, how much we are looking for, and which population are we looking at. Because the only way for us to decide if an initiative is going to be effective and we want to keep it is being sure that we know where, when, how it's impacting the students. So that's what we are looking for, is having that narrative defined and then test that against the data.
You already answered my next question. I was going to ask, are we looking specifically by campus or specific student groups? Could something be working at one campus or for one student group but not for another?
All of the above.
All of the
Yes,
above.
ma'am.
Thank you. On that side also, what does the asterisk next to college and career readiness represent? And was this something that we already offered before ESSER?
There was a certain level was an expansion with ESSER, but the asterisk is because remember, this is a strategic of I do, we do, you do. We are learning to do the process at the same time with ESSER so we can scaffold it and go ahead. The TCU support and college and career readiness work is being done through training that certain departments, the department that manage the TCU advisor, and my department are getting through so we can learn to do this correctly. So and I want to emphasize on that, each one of the evaluations that we are doing with these initiatives, in this case 4 of them, are including the departments that are working here, which is securing the knowledge of the staff on how to define objectives, do a good definition of success, establish metrics, and being able to monitor the activities in order for us to be able to evaluate at the end of the program and say, we keep it, we don't keep it, we keep it for some campuses, for some students, for some time. So that's why it's the asterisk. It's just because we are evaluating that one too. It's just in another context.
Great. Yeah, no, I see a lot of activity around that particular department, so I was just curious. Let's see, I think I have one more question. As far as the campuses using their budgets, and one thing I heard you say is that we have funds available. I frequently am contacted about requests for things like field trips for career exploration or college visits not being fully funded. Is this something that can be funded under ESSER? I mean, the need is there, the students are willing, so what do we need to do to make this happen?
So I appreciate you brought that to my attention recently, and Carmen and I actually had a meeting about that, and Dr. Sines. So going into budget planning for this coming year, we're going to be assigning budget lines to those campuses for these needs. It was an expectation that a principal would utilize their budget to meet some of the needs, but now we'll be able to track it, we'll be able to give them budget, for the field trips, the college trips, and some other performance needs, but then be able to give it into a certain budget code so we can track it and make sure it's used for those reasons. So we're changing our system going forward for next year.
Great, yeah, and I was also just wondering, like, if it falls under the creating more time for learning and that section of ESSER, so.
Well, the good thing about those events is that those happened before COVID, and we want them to continue post ESSER. So we need to, that's definitely a general fund that we need to provide for our students and put that in their budgets.
Great, thank you, that's all I have.
Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, President Jackson. So I know we were having the conversation when Trustee Bridges was asking a moment ago kind of about the engagement piece, particularly with after school and some of the resources that we're offering there. So we've been having conversations in the after school planning committees about kind of the calendaring and how that works out. So we've been starting traditionally, you know, after Labor Day pretty much, and so and a large portion of that has been the funding aspect of things and trying to just make sure we're maximizing the calendar to the fullest potential to be able to get as many days and participation and everything. You know, so one of the things that I know we would love to do is actually bring that to where when school begins, after school begins right then, right? And that does that helps a litany of ways, right? And particularly even parents with their planning, that they get into the routine of, I know I'm taking my kid to school, I know they're getting out this time, instead of kind of that 2-week lull to where they have to figure things out. And sometimes when they figure things out, they stick with what they got down. Now their kid is not in after school because they already got something else going on in that way. So asking that, as you know, kind of like what Trustee Martinez was saying about where we can utilize funds, is that a possibility that if funding is an obstacle there as far as being able to start after school programming at the very beginning of our academic year, is that a possibility we can use funding there to kind of supplement what that could look like?
I'm not going to look at Carmen, and you'll understand why my husband does not let me be in charge of bills. Yes, I mean, we're using ESSER fund. We were able to expand our Fort Worth after-school programming, especially to include all of our middle schools. If you've ever participated, observed, been a part of Fort Worth after-school programming, it's the most powerful intervention, and I shouldn't say intervention, it's the most powerful support for our students and our parents. So I hear you. I can't believe Miguel Garcia has not asked for that because he's not shy. But we will definitely follow up with that.
He's asking for it right now. There you go.
He's probably texting me. I'm not looking at my phone, but yeah, I mean, and after school programming is just what a great, and we get to see our kids. Middle school, we do it before school, some after school. We're very flexible with it. I can't say enough about that team.
Right.
When I was a principal, I had it on my campus, and one of the best things after school, you know, you just to go talk to those kids, it's a whole different relationship. And the staff that works with Miguel Garcia are amazing, amazing people. Yeah. So I hear you, and Carmen's writing it down, and that's always a good thing when she actually writes it down.
And we meet soon, I think maybe even tomorrow, so I'm gonna go in with good news saying, hey, we might get some money, so maybe look crazy, all right, yeah. So hopefully it is something that we can help, and I think that we'll go a long way towards that engagement and having them full term. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, President Jackson.
Yes, thank you. Trustee Bridges.
I'm sorry I missed one of my questions. One of the things I've been finding out with the listening sessions, many of our parents who are leaving, let's just be real, Fort Worth ISD and going to charter schools. And with every parent that I've talked to, I said, how did you find out about that? Oh, they put a flyer on my door, or they knocked on or they came to the laundromat, or they came to the apartment complex. Why aren't we, because every kid we lose money. Why aren't we being creative? And I don't know if that's the Essence Fund or whatever, of attracting, because it lets people know, because the days of we just put our shingle out and they come, that's over. We have to be creative and letting people know that we're there.
So we actually will be rolling out new strategies around our enrollment opens April 1st. So this is not just for new students, this is for our current students. One of the ideas actually Dr. Ramsey has brought to us, and we'll be implementing our campus tours, because I hear what you're saying is about retaining your parents. And sometimes we have our community members, or like they don't have a child that's going to that school, but a neighbor tells them, oh, you should not send your child to that school, because there's a misconception about the great things happening on every single campus in our district. So we'll be putting out information. We'll be hosting campus tours on a weekly basis, as well as pyramid events, to not only retain our students, but then how are we reaching out to students who have left us to get them back? And then maybe some students who never came to us, that we can use some of their strategies. And we love it that the charter shares their strategies with us, because we're stealing them. And we're gonna combat it that way to try to bring our kids back and then keep our students as well. So our whole enrollment campaign is going to look different. One of the things that we just did this past Saturday, we had the Cowtown. We had over 2,000 students of our students participate. And for the first time, we had special t-shirts designed, because we want our students to feel proud. You are part of Fort Worth ISD. We wanted all of the people lining the streets, watching the runners. These are our kids. And this is like the volunteers who do running club. They don't get paid for that, especially our elementary, volunteers. So it's like, how can we take some of this ESSER funding to also rebrand what it means to be Fort Worth ISD? And so we're real excited. That was just one example, but Dr. Sines, he was texting, showing pictures. We heard teachers were just so appreciative that we delivered t-shirts for all their runners, because we want our kids to be proud to be here and our parents to know we want them here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to each of you for your presentation tonight. And thanks for being very transparent about where the ESSER dollars are, where they're going, and at what percentages we're at. It's very thorough. Thank you. Moving on to public comment, number 8 on the agenda. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda, as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Please allow me to remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but this board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. While this board listens to concerns of a general nature, speakers should practice normal rules of decorum. Vulgar language and profanity will not be tolerated, as this is a public meeting and our students are watching. Additionally, disruptions of the meeting will not be tolerated. We ask the audience to refrain from interrupting speakers and playing audio recordings while they present to the board. Any employee, parent, or other member of the public is asked to comply with the appropriate grievance policy to have a complaint heard pursuant to the applicable board policy. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless a speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock to your left will start. Furthermore, a speaker may not relinquish his or her time to another speaker. Also, this evening, some individuals shared their opinions because they were unable to physically attend. Those written statements were shared with the Board of Trustees prior to this meeting. They will not be read aloud during the board meeting. It is essential to gain as much public input as possible. We understand together we're stronger and build better solutions when we maximize public input. I ask that you please observe these rules for the purpose of effectively accomplishing the business of the meeting in a timely manner. Our first speaker is Mr. Ernie Moran. Mr. Moran will be followed by Amy Ramsey and then Trinace Dorsey Hollins.
I want to acknowledge that we are on land ceded and shared by the Tawakani, Jumanos, Kickapoo, Wichita, and Comanche nations. I'm a high school teacher and coach in the district and the parent of 3 Fort Worth ISD students. I want to know what the district means when it says its mission is preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership. The word all is even capitalized in the mission statement. La página en español dice preparar a todos los estudiantes con todos en mayúscula. Yet in caving to the anti-LGBTQIA plus crowd on the matter of the sex ed curriculum, it's clear that the only students who will see themselves in the curriculum are the cis heterosexual students. Do students who do not fit into the heteronormative category not count? Do they not exist? Are they not part of the all in the mission statement? ¿No cuentan ellos como parte de todos al que se refiere el distrito? Those who spoke out against adopting the sex ed curriculum cited procedural grounds for their opposition. But their social media posts make it clear this was about the content. And these are largely the same voices who want to dismantle the equity work this district has done. Do the black and brown students not deserve to see themselves in the text lessons and curriculum? Do the students who not fit the white supremacist narrative not matter? Do the students who not fit into that narrative of our history and literature not count? Do they not exist? Are we not elevating white supremacy, lifting it up in this choice to exclude others because it is a choice? However, the gap between what our students need and what the Christian nationalist crowd wants is not the gap that most concerns me. I'm more interested in the gaps in outcomes for our black and brown students as a result of educational inequities. Because while the data shows that the third grade students across the district made gains in reading from 2021 to 2022, black and brown students continue to lag behind their white counterparts. So while what we're doing is showing progress, it's not good enough. And going backwards, back to the days before Stonewall, back to Jim Crow, that won't suffice. I find it ironic that the same crowd that for years proudly and profanely trolled opponents with the phrase F your feelings now wants to quash curriculum and dismantle policies. Curriculum and policies based on science and research because it makes them uncomfortable. I guess if they had their way, we'd still teach that the universe is only 6,000 years old and that the earth is the center of it. But the thing is, allowing this kind of thinking to steer policy hurts more than just the students it seeks to marginalize. Because any student from Fort Worth ISD subject to this instruction then has to go out into the real world and sit side by side in university classrooms, argue in boardrooms, and walk the halls of government with students who are taught actual facts and science, taught to think critically. Do you think institutions of higher learning are going to accept our students knowing they lack the historical and scientific knowledge that their peers from other districts possess? And if they're fortunate enough to be accepted into competitive universities, imagine the struggle when things you fail to learn, things that are basic facts at which others have already arrived, get added to the workload. Now you're looking at having to research and understand concepts on your own in addition to the regular class workload. So you need to decide, are you going to do the politically expedient thing and hurt our kids, or are you going to truly be a school board that serves and prepares all students? Let me just close by saying peace to you if you're willing to fight for it.
Amy Ramsey. Amy will be followed by Trinace Dorsey Hollins, who will be followed by Haley Sinclair.
Good evening, finally. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Amy Ramsey, and I'm a parent to a Paschal Panther and a McLean Cardinal. I am also an alumni of the Paschal Pyramid, and I have a deep love for Fort Worth ISD. I'm also the Texas chapter chair for the nonpartisan national organization Defense of Democracy. We advocate for legislators, educators, and administrators who will work to maintain communities as well as a public education system that supports and enhances our shared experiences, regardless of religious beliefs, cultural background, gender identity, or sexual orientation. Board members and members of the community can find out more and get involved at defenseofdemocracy.org. When children feel loved and valued for who they are, and when they feel that their perspectives and feelings are being respected, they tend to behave and perform better. When adults individually or as members of groups and organizations publicly declare that certain communities or aspects of history are unworthy to learn about or even sinful, the students who identify as members of those communities feel less than, insecure, and they shrink instead of flourish. Words such as defender or advocate or ally are used to describe someone who stands up to bullies. As a Fort Worth ISD parent with 6 years remaining in the district, I hope that voters elect a Board of Education who embody these qualities rather than the opposite as we approach the May elections. As I conclude, I would like to express my gratitude to the board, particularly Dr. Ramsey, for their excellent communication during the recent ice storm, as well as their transparency and swift response to the recent shooting right near Pascal that resulted in the death of one student there and caused trauma to many others. Although no public school system is perfect, as a Fort Worth ISD parent, I have always been able to easily communicate with teachers, coaches, and administrators in a mutually respectful way. Thank you so much for all your hard work and dedication. I appreciate your work.
Thank you. Trinace Dorsey Hollins will be followed by Haley Sinclair, who will be followed by Christy Beck.
Hi, my name is Trinace Dorsey Hollins, and I am Parent Shield Fort Worth. I'm appalled that the board would consider 26% of children meeting state expectation for SAT and SAT a goal, and then we only have 13% of our children actually meeting that expectation. I was extremely excited going off the board's last meeting that the district was offering free prep SAT classes to all the high school campuses, but I was really brokenhearted after I called every single high school in Fort Worth ISD, and none of those high schools knew anything about free SAT prep. None of them. I reached out to a couple of the board members and was directed to the post-secondary planning and support coordinator. I spoke to Arturo Nino. I spoke to Lisa Castillo. Nobody was able to provide me any information on these free SAT classes. Everybody was directing me back to Khan Academy, which is a free online platform. The same thing as virtual learning that we talked about today, and we know how that's affected all of our children. These things have to change. I stand up here today, I don't have a PhD, but I do know the difference between a truth and a lie. And I do understand the importance of telling the truth and transparency to not only the board, but parents. Like, we deserve to be told the truth. So today I stand here and I demand 4 simple things. I demand that the districts put those SAT prep classes in place that they said were available. I demand that retraining be across the board for every high school, because apparently nobody knows anything when I called. There needs to be some retraining. I demand that each campus update their website to show parents and let parents know what are the actual resources available for our students. And I demand that a call be made, a campus-wide telecall be made to all parents, letting them know that there are resources available. If you guys expect our kids to do better than 13%, we as parents, we need those resources. And just giving our kids watered-down Khan Academy is not adequate resources. If we have funds available, we need to use those funds and put some quality SAT prep classes in place for our kids. Stand on what you guys said. Y'all put it out there. Stand on it.
Haley Sinclair will be followed by Christy Beck, will be followed by Jenna Hill.
Hello, my name is Haley Sinclair. I'm a Fort Worth ISD parent and the co-chair for the School Health Advisory Committee. I've frequently been asked, why am I so passionate about human sexuality education? As a healthcare worker, I am frequently with people in crisis. While working in a downtown ER, I comforted a mother younger than myself as she sobbed in the corner of a trauma room while a team worked on her teenage daughter who had attempted suicide because she was pregnant and no longer able to hide it. This scene is an example of why I care so much, because there's so much tragedy in just that one event, that one snippet of time, and that one shift. The mother had no idea her daughter was pregnant and was processing so much: the health of her daughter, the safety of her grandchild, and the realization that everything she worked towards to provide a better life for her daughter resulted in a repeated pattern of her own life. We need to do everything possible to provide students with the information they need to take care of their bodies, make informed choices, and help them have a path to a healthy adulthood. All of this starts with education. 5,000 students this year have not received the human sexuality education their parents gave active consent for them to receive. Please stop putting up barriers preventing Fort Worth ISD students from receiving human sexuality education. Human sexuality education is about health and safety. It helps to prevent child abuse. It helps to decrease the number of students engaging in sexual activities. It helps to create a safer school environment for LGBTQ students. Human sexuality education in schools protects students from misinformation online and from peers. Please stop delaying human sexuality education and help to inform, empower, and protect Fort Worth ISD students. I truly believe that you all care, but I need to see beyond belief. I need to see action. This continued delay is unnecessary, and the fallback on policy does not hold up. We can go back till August, when the SHAC first approved and gave to you the human sexuality curriculum, and continually the goalpost has been moved to add new members, to have meetings, to convene us, to vote again. All of these things are just delay tactics. We all know that you have elections in May, but we are asking that you not continue the delay of human sexuality education for the health of our students, for the health of our community. Thank you.
Christy Beck will be followed by Jenna Hill, who will be followed by Ryan Higgs.
Hi, I wanted to share just a few things tonight with the board as well as parents and stakeholders regarding the process and the timeline of adopting the sexual health curriculum, the information that I was given at the most recent SHAC meeting on February 18th. We were informed that there will now be a human sexuality curriculum adoption committee that will be forming to review the sexual health curriculum options. I was told at that time by administration that information about how to apply to this particular committee will be posted on the ISD's website. As of today, I have not seen anything unless it's buried somewhere, I don't know, but I haven't seen anything about that yet. I just had a few questions about this adoption committee. I wondered how the committee members will be selected. How many human sexuality curriculum options will this committee be reviewing? Will the committee be able to view the entire curriculum, even if it is in digital form? According to the timeline meeting, this adoption committee will finalize their recommendations and present them to the SHAC sometime in April or May. And then in June or July, the SHAC will be making their recommendation to the board. So I just find it interesting that the human sexuality curriculum adoption will be happening in the summer when most families, parents, and stakeholders will be on summer vacation. But in essence, when I sum it all up, it basically, I found out a committee will be making a recommendation to a council that will be making a recommendation to you, the board, all within a span of 5 months or less. I'm not against the district having a human sexuality curriculum. I absolutely am not. And last year in April of 2022, the district received over 200 bids on this curriculum. And so to pick out the Health Smart one and all the resistance you've had with it, there are so many other options. I ask for a curriculum that truly is selected by the community, that represents what the community wants, and one that's best for children. And I do agree with Haley that we need education and information. And one thing that I don't think many know about, I just recently found out about this, is Project REACH, right here within Fort Worth ISD. This is the Adolescent and Pregnancy Services. Is this information on a resource list that goes to students and families as in addition to the Planned Parenthood that's on that resource list? Is this on there? Do they know about this? Maybe Haley's person would have chosen.
Jenna Hill will be followed by Ryan Higgs, who will be followed by Wanda McKinney.
Hi, y'all. I started off my career here as an educator. I started at William James on the East Side. Had the amazing opportunity to be mentored by Renee Ruffin. I don't know how many people even remember her, but one of the most amazing women that helped me decide who and what I was going to be as an educator. I spent 2 decades of my life with working with teenagers. I was at William James, went on to teach at Dunbar 6, and then I moved to Northwest ISD. Not because I didn't love it here, but because the 2 children I was raising at the time said I spent more time there than I spent at home. So Renee told me family comes first. Recently, seems like I feel like a Salt and Pepper song when let's talk about sex, baby. But that's what we're going to talk about really quick, because I had some former students reach out to me about last month's board meeting, and I got concerned. As an educator, I started off my year saying, when you walk in my room, you're going to be heard, you're going to be safe, you're going to be loved. Within a reason, okay? I don't want you to think there was anything inappropriate, but that's what we need and to get that relationship. I was a math educator, and I have to say, when I was at Dunbar 6, we were able to create that relationship with our kids. We became a recognized campus. Not because we did anything special with curriculum, but because we had a relationship with our kids. Because they felt like they mattered, they could do it. My kids. During that time, there was an editorial with the Star-Telegram where they said, the best teachers are on the West Side. They inferred that we cheated. That's not the case. And in the case now, people looked at my kids and they thought less than. We're looking at other kids now talking about the sexual health curriculum, and it's the same thing. All of our kids deserve to be safe, to be represented. I pulled the curriculum. I did my public request form. I actually was part of a math adoption when I was an educator here. I also helped write curriculum for it. Those are 2 separate things, by the way. A textbook is just a resource that you adopt. Curriculum is written by educators. It's 2 separate things. You don't buy a curriculum, you buy a resource. You build relationships. That's how you see achievement. And when I look here and I see hate speech happen, when I see that my kids, any of them, could not be seen or feel comfortable within their school, I ask you, what are we doing then? You want to improve those reading scores? Absolutely. School should be fun. You should be excited, because I would tell my kids, this is how you're going to change my world. It is a buffet of knowledge. When you show up, it shouldn't feel like it's a job. I said, you have plenty of years for that. This should be like, who are you going to be? How are you going to change my world? They figure out their passions, their ideas. You make it welcoming. You make them excited. You make a kid feel welcome and want to show up, they will outperform any.
Thank you. Ryan Higgs will be followed by Wanda McKinney, who will be followed by Josh Yoder. Ryan Higgs will be skipped, and we will go straight to Wanda McKinney.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey, President Jackson, and trustees. Okay, so does anybody besides myself think that it's ludicrous that after today, Black history will be mothballed until next February? Okay, you don't have to answer that. Black history is American history, and it should be taught 365. So there are many who oppose this truth and the truth that Fort Worth ISD should use a racial equity lens when viewing the educational needs of our students. Sadly, some who oppose it are within the district. It's those that are most troubling to me. I learned a new term a couple of days ago that was used in a message by Dr. Paulette Dillard, president of Shaw University, the first HBCU. And if you don't know what an HBCU is, you need to study Black history. The term is willful ignorance. Ignorance in and of itself isn't bad because you can choose to know. But willful ignorance is knowing yet rejecting the truth of what you know. We know and have known for years that Black students are the lowest performing student group in Fort Worth ISD, yet we willfully ignore it. Fort Worth ISD, as you know, has received millions of dollars in ESSER funds to improve learning loss. However, I've seen gross inequities in the amounts of monies spent by campuses. I have not seen the urgency or intentionality, those words have been used a lot, and specifically focusing on improving the academic outcomes of Black students by utilizing these funds, particularly for our K through 2. Haven't seen much of that. I say Black because we have African students and we have students of African descent, and both are marginalized. These funds have the potential to change the trajectory of many of these students' lives if distributed equitably. Dr. Dillard also said to beware of willful ignorance because it's dangerous. And I might add, deadly. It is literally choking the life out of Black students who are being ignored and therefore underserved. But the good news is that you can change and you can choose to no longer be willfully ignorant. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, the time is always right to do the right thing. Please do the right thing by our students. They deserve our best. Thank you.
Josh Yoder will be followed by Holly Plemons, will be followed by April Johnston.
C.S. Lewis said, the devil can cite scripture for his purpose. I would encourage every single person, urge you, to not accept the data that's put up on that board in the aggregate as an indicator of your child, your school, or your district. That's an aggregate data, failing as it is. Good evening. My name is Joshua Yoder. I'm a proud father, husband, and member of the Fort Worth community. Over the past several years, I have witnessed Fort Worth ISD continue to lose students by the thousands. I've further witnessed the district make headlines for poor decisions made without the consulting of their constituents. There are reports of financial exploitation for student bonus money and outside corporations infiltrating Fort Worth ISD and indoctrinating our children. Stop using our children to make money. We are wasting money with poor bond construction while expecting students and teachers to thrive in declining infrastructure, while the same individuals that contribute to the trustees' campaigns are the ones responsible for improving and maintaining that infrastructure. We have far too many bureaucrats earning extremely high six-figure salaries, while there are discussions to close schools, to lay off teachers. You know, when the pandemic hit, I took a 10% pay cut along with my other managers and directors so that we could maintain our valuable employees. Has that been discussed? Because it should be. We are all in this together. Let's lead by example and let's act like we're together. Finally, the deviation from fundamental education. You want to know why those scores are failing? Fundamental education, with the incorporation of woke political agendas, is a tactic used to sow discord among us, among parents, among teachers, and distract from the fact that you're failing our children. Do better. The board has become a rubber stamp for the administration and others who stand to profit financially. It's time to unify around a fundamental education and make a change. My name is Josh Yoder, and I'm running for Fort Worth School Board, District 5. Thank you.
Holly Plemons will be followed by April Johnston, who will be followed by Valeria Navarez.
Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I'm going to talk to you real quick about staffing. People don't want to work here. I talk to your teachers, I talk to your ex-teachers, and you treat our teachers horribly. You really do. You overload our teachers with all kinds of to-dos that are not teaching. You want to know why the scores are so bad? The teachers are so busy having to enter data so that you can sell it to Rhythm that they don't have time to teach. And I'm actually getting teachers that tell me their heart is broken because they have parents that are looking to them saying, you're going to educate my child, you're going to do this, and thank you, and I appreciate you, and here's your Christmas gift, and here's all these gifts. And she says she feels horrible because she is not going to be able to teach those kids. The scores are coming in, they're horrible, they're so embarrassing. If layoffs do not come, firing does not come from that presentation, that says so much to the community. This problem has been going on for years. This is not a new problem. This is not a COVID problem. And if you all want to sit around and pat each other on the back and good job, I like you, great. But you're not going to do anything that's going to change anything for our students. You guys are pedal to the metal with everything that is not working. It's not difficult to figure out how to teach kids how to read. I'm 43 years old. My school taught me how to read. Period. Can we go back to that? All of you guys were taught the exact same way. Why can't we go back to what was working instead of constantly flipping curriculum on teachers and buying more curriculum from your vendors that are going to donate to you, that are going to give you tickets to sporting events, all of the shady things that happen? Why don't you just teach them to read? Knock it off with all the politics. Knock it off with all of the things that do not improve our students' outcomes. I don't understand why you're doing that unless it's on purpose. Is this the purpose, dumbing down of America? Because that's what it absolutely seems like. And if people are not fired for those scores, Dr. Ramsey, be bold. Cut some heads off. Do something. People are looking to you. Parents are looking to you. Do something. Make some changes. If you keep everything the same as Scribner and it's just rubber stamp, absolutely nothing is going to change. And it needs to change. Fort Worth ISD is number 4 in the nation for most lost students. Why are parents leaving? Scores like that. That's why they're leaving, and they're going to continue to leave. You don't need a $1.2 million advertising budget. Just teach people's children. That's your job. And knock it off with all these wraparound services. Thank you.
April Johnston. April Johnston will be followed by Valeria Navarez. Ms. Navarez? Thank you, Ms. Navarez. And the final speaker will be Amy Super.
Hello, board. My name is Valeria Nevares. So I was just remembering a memory I had in 3rd grade when I took my first STAR test, and I was like freaked out, not gonna lie. But when we got the results, I found out that I got commended. And our teacher, our 3rd grade teacher, and I'm a little bit of a nerd, by the way, our 3rd grade teacher, she took us to the movies to watch the Shrek, the 4th movie. We were just like super hyped. And that memory, I remember every single day of my life. Through undergrad, when I would think of failing, I would think back of that moment in 3rd grade when she told me, hey, you got commended. And that just kind of set me up. And that's the impact that a grade has on a student. It's sad to say that literally that moment of my life has defined my life from then. And I'm just heartbroken, like Trustee Wallace said, I'm heartbroken to see that students get to, they're being told you're failing. You're that 33% that's passing, and the other 67% you're failing. I can just imagine how tough that is on them. And I've been working with youth for the past 5 years, and this stage of their lives, specifically middle school age, is the age of their life where they're finding out their identity. So now imagine, they take so many tests as it is. Now imagine every single test that they're taking. Imagine them hearing that they're failing every single one of them. What is that going to lead them to in their adulthood? That's going to shatter them. And so I'm here to say, please do your job. This next generation is depending on you, on your leadership. Parents are wanting to partner with you, but it seems hard at times. So I'm here because I need to see change in Fort Worth ISD. I want this next generation to be a generation that is proud to have public education. I'm proud to have public education. My teachers have impacted me. Some I still talk about. Some even about marriage stuff, which is so crazy, but that's the impact that teachers have in students. So I'm here to say that what you're doing right now, unfortunately, is not working. What you've been doing these past 2 years hasn't been working. So let's have some change. I want Fort Worth ISD to be not number 4 for highest student unenrollment, but 4 in the country for highest test scores, 4 in the country for enrollment. And so I'm here to say that we need change. You need to partner with parents. You need to hear us out. You need to involve us in the process. And I just want to thank Dr. Ramsey for pausing House Smart in our classes. And I'm looking forward to being involved in the process of selecting a new sex ed curriculum among the 200 that were offered in the first place. So I can tell you that my community and myself and my family are excited to see you guys partner with us, because I know you will. I'm being super faithful right here. I know you will partner with us. So I just want to say we need change. We can't be doing the same thing. It's hurting this next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Amy Super.
Good evening. I'd like to talk tonight about trustee elections. Voter turnout is very, very poor for school board elections. And if I'm not mistaken, I've been told it was 2009 that the board voted to go from at-large elections to single district representation elections. I may have the year wrong. Please feel free to correct me if I am. I would think that the rationale behind that would have been that communities wanted to feel like they wanted to elect someone from their community to represent the interests of their community. There was a lot of talk about, and I will just go ahead and say it, the west side of Fort Worth was paying and contributing contributions to the campaigns for all the trustees. So the rest of the town thought, they're the ones who are getting to choose the board. It's not fair. Let's move to single district representation. Well, things have changed. You guys have schools of choice. So you've got kids that are going to schools that the district that they live in, that's not their trustee. You've got any number of things going on. You've redistricted. Your numbers have gone down. And the way that you redistrict is not based on the number of actual voters that you have, it's based on the number of people that you have. For instance, in the 22 election, Dr. Rodriguez, votes cast, 1,385. 1,300 votes won her a seat. Trustee Bridges, 1,491 votes. That's it. We can go back to 2019, when I think several of you who are up for re-election this time are now up again. And it wasn't much better, frankly. There were 23,225 registered voters in Trustee Jackson's district. She only needed 1,418 people to vote for her to win. She spent, according to my calculations, and I've printed out all of your financial disclosures in here, you spent about, we're going to assume that the same number of people will vote for you again that voted for you before, so you spent about $18 per vote. Let's see, who's next? Trustee Phillips. You did a lot better on a cost basis. You only spent about $6 per voter. But again, voter turnout was very, very poor. Same thing for C.J. Evans. Yours was almost exactly the same as Trustee Phillips was. I'm suggesting that you go back to at-large elections. You need better turnout. If you want to put some kind of system in place that limits the amount of PAC money that you all get, and let me just tell you, Lineberger sure does love some of you a lot. Doesn't love some of you very much. The Great Schools, Great Fund, or Schools Fund, $2,500 here. A lot of PAC money going out. I'd like.
Thank you. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on this agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Are there any questions or comments concerning our consent agenda items this evening? Okay, there appear to be no questions, which means people called in ahead of time and asked their questions if they had any. The time is 8:49 p.m. The date is Tuesday, February 28th, 2023. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551, 071, 2, 4, and 6. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 PM with a quorum present, recessed and reconvened, open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now we have reconvened open session at 10:10 PM with a quorum present. Moving to 14, to accept the consent agenda. Do I have a motion? Moved by trustee Dar. Do I have a second? Trustee Ryan. Any questions? Seeing and hearing none, we can move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. 15 items removed from the consent agenda. We have none. Moving to 16, discussion and action to propose termination of certain probationary contract employees for good cause. We have none for 16A and B. So we will move on, or C, or D. So we will move to E, discussion and action to approve purchase of activity buses. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar moves. Trustee Phillips, second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Jackson. I would like to say that I have been on campuses multiple times where principals have mentioned how much more effective and efficient their especially extracurricular programs could be if they had access to a school bus. So I am pleased to see this on the agenda.
Any other discussion? Let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. F, discussion and action to approve purchase of TI Inspire CX2 graphing handhelds with docking charging station. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Trustee Evans?
Can I get some clarification on what these handhelds are used for? And I see the list of the schools they're going to be at, but how many at each school?
So for us, we did a inventory per school of what they'll need, and so we'll be providing every campus with what they need in terms of brand new calculators. Now that we're doing collegiate testing 9 through 11, and we have 12th graders who need it for AP testing, we're giving all of our secondary campuses new calculators.
Okay.
So it's per campus.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? Let's move to voting. And the motion passes unanimously. G, discussion and action to approve order declaring unopposed candidate elected to single-member District 6. Do I have a motion? Trustee Evans, second. Trustee Luébanos. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Trustee Dar?
I will be abstaining from this vote.
Okay. Trustee Dar will be abstaining. And the motion passes 8 yeses and 1 abstention. Moving to H, discussion and action to approve adoption of the Incident Command System National Incident Management System. Do I have a motion? Trustee Ryan, second. Trustee Luébanos. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, please move to voting. I'm missing one on my screen. And the motion passes unanimously. At this time, we're at number 17, comments by board members or the superintendent. And I believe I was told that Trustee Phillips was to go first. And so Trustee Phillips, they're going to have your pictures queued up first.
Okay, thank you very much, President Jackson. And so it was brought to our attention that we, as we're attempting to communicate out, we were communicating out about the athletic achievements of some of our schools. And and there was an oversight on one of those posts where Dunbar High School wasn't included on there. So, you know, I fully believe that it simply was an oversight. You know, but the Stop 6 community, East Side community, felt slighted yet again. So although it was only an oversight, it was just really revealing a bigger issue, just to where that our community over there always feels like it's second, feels like it's getting the crumbs, or feel like it's getting left out, because there was a lot of sentiment about that. So one, want to make sure that tonight that we make it known that Dunbar, we see you. Stop 6, we see you. East Side, we see you. And we're very proud of what you've been able to accomplish. We had girls and basketball teams who did an extraordinary job this season, making it into the playoffs, advancing in the playoffs. Had girls make the All-Star team, representing this district. We had the coach of the year. So just wanting to make it known how proud we are of Dunbar High School, the athletics, the basketball teams, and all of the things that they've done well. I would like to take the time also to thank you, Dr. Ramsey, for your swift action in making contact and letting it be known that it simply was an oversight, and being able to, you know, talk to personnel over at Dunbar. And I want to thank administration as well, one, just for acknowledging the oversight, which is what it was, but going a step further, because when I went to the playoff game myself, I saw administration sitting in the stands supporting our young people. So it wasn't, you know, just, oh, we'll just put another post out and say we were good. No, they were taking the time out off the clock to decide to also go. So for those administrators that were there supporting our young men that evening, thank you very much for going above and beyond and being willing to do that. So very proud of Dunbar, very proud of the accomplishments there, and thank you, and hopefully we really do make sure that that community feels as acknowledged as they should, because we really are proud of their accomplishments. Secondly, another bit of good news that I'm very pleased to be able to share. Fort Worth ISD joined the shared services arrangement with ESC Region 11 in June 2022. With funding from the American Rescue Plan Phase 2, ESC Region 11 has launched a clothing closet in conjunction with a larger project to provide basic essentials for McKinney-Vento students in Fort Worth ISD. McKinney-Vento is a legislative act that aims to support students and families experiencing homelessness in the school system. The long-term endeavor is to aid families in transition and mitigate any impact on students' educational growth. Ashley Stevenson, ESC Region 11 Coordinator of Special Programs, and the Fort Worth ISD HELP Help Team have the opportunity to virtually shop for what their kids need every Thursday to Monday. Orders are available for pickup every Wednesday at ESC Region 11. Since the launch of this partnership on November 3rd, 2022, ESC Region 11 and Fort Worth ISD have provided over 770 items of clothing to Fort Worth ISD students. So Fort Worth ISD is very thankful for this partnership with ESC Region 11. Thank you, President Jackson. Thank you.
Trustee Bridges.
Just want to give a shout out to a few of our elementary schools. There's it's called Readers or Leaders. It's a contest that they have going on for the amount of minutes that they read, and they calculate it and break it down by school and break it down by classroom. And I mentioned it to some of the schools, and it became a little slight competition among them. And schools came in, well, Briscoe's 2, and Van St. Gwen is 3, and Morningside is 5th. And I looked around and said, well, who's number 1? Unbeknown as my partner over here on the other side. And they're like, so now there's a little competition of who is going to get the most amount and they have really taken it seriously. So mad shout out. Morningside, it went from 9 to 5, so they're all saying who's going to win. So, but anyway, we're coming to get that trophy.
Trustee Martinez, do you have some rebuttal to that?
I do. I do. Well, just like I let Trustee Bridges know that we are avenging our championship, MH Moore. since we were the first winners last year. And our kids are really excited to go back to Dickies Arena and watch the NCAA gymnastics. So we are going to have that friendly competition, and we invite you to also invite your schools to participate in this competition as well. So we're going to have a little fun with it and encourage, of course, readers to become leaders. A couple of shout outs I wanted to give. One in particular special shout out to the Young Women's Leadership Academy, and particularly to a student there named Brooklyn, who organized the first Jubilee Festival that I was able to attend, and it had a phenomenal turnout. The food was amazing. The performances were amazing. The decorations were all made by students. But it was just an amazing event. And when I was told that a student organized all of it, I was just blown away. And so kudos to Brooklyn, YWLA, and look forward to that becoming an annual event. And then also, I have to give a big shout out and kudos to the Fort Worth ISD Fashion Showcase that some of us attended last night. Trustee Evans and Trustee Dr. Rodriguez were both there as we watched Diamond Hill and Trimble Tech students display their fashion designs on the runway. And again, it was a phenomenal event to see our students designs and just caliber, and they had models, professional, models that came out and modeled them, and then we were able to talk to the students afterwards. But that event was just top notch and amazing, and I'll look forward to seeing more from our fashion design students. So shout out to Diamond Hill and Trimble Tech and Mrs. Faith Nibbs for putting that show on. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, I'd like to piggyback on Trustee Martinez at the fashion show. It was great. I mean, I was floored at some of the designs our students had, and Trimble Tech had student models, and Diamond Hill had professional models. So I think that was a good, a collaboration between all, and then they fitted and everything. It was standing room only. I was concerned over the parking, but it was remarkable, and they had hors d'oeuvres and everything, so it was very nice. And then I'd like to also congratulate the Northside High School Mariachi for making it to state. We didn't come back with the trophy, but we came back with some great memories and a great performance and some lifelong friendships. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Evans?
Thank you all. Last night, like Trustee Martinez and Rodriguez said, I had the privilege of watching our students show their spring lines. Y'all have heard me say this before, that with hard work and opportunity, there is nothing our students can't do. And last night was proof of that through our CTE department, and a big thanks to y'all. Our students had an amazing opportunity. Not just to show the lines, but to show and be a part of a real professional industry event in this really elevated setting. So it really was a neat event. And so the district provided the opportunity, and our students showed up with the hard work. It was on full display. And so I just wanted to say congratulations to the students and teachers, and thank you to the CTE department.
Thank you, Trustee Evans. And I can't think of any better way to adjourn at 10:24 p.m. than on those good news notes.